By the cupboard, and it probably still picks. That's why Jim was like, at first he's like, it'll be loud. It picks up atmosphere. Well, yesterday he brought me like a team sheet thing, so it helps. But I assume Suffolk haven't changed. It's open. Just how do you think it's all? Just for their team. Cheshire changed.
Two changes actually. Wolf and
Yeah.
Gennaro Reddy and Andy Jackson.
Right. I say, Janelle Reddy was unbelievable yesterday. He hit 50 after about 18 yesterday. He was just, but he was it was like he played a defensive strat.
Well,
They've
got
flying out the
today,
ground.
so.
Have you been to Taft? It's just like got nice. It's near Knutsford. It's got like all the trees around it. And yeah,
Looks and feels a bit. We'll do a bit if you want player as well.
Just give me a shout, guys. I'll hover.
all right, nice one. Cheers. It was at Shifnal yesterday.
Yeah, it was. To be fair, if I hadn't been doing the run in the morning, I'd probably have gone.
I'm not right.
It's
That's
for me.
No, I've been swimming more.
Okay, so we've got Harry Chandler and Tom Fell. Theo Wiley. Walker, Conor Marshall. Ben Lees, Lewis Evans, Joe Staff.
So 11 without loss here then at Foxton. Cheshire having won the, and Harry Dearden's also back in the team. It's like yesterday, and then went for 30 after 3 overs. He's got a boundary anyway, so he'll feel a lot better about himself. Alongside we've got a Shropshire member fan. He's going to help us out throughout the day, Steve Humble.
The Cheshire Shropshire game to be played over this side of the county. I know they tend to play nearer the border. I think so. A bit of a journey for the Shropshire players this morning.
T21's even closer. It's into Man. Yeah, solid ground. I'm going to try and hit this for 6 and just you're too short in the end. And yesterday you had a lot of leverage to hit the ball far. But unfortunately for Cheshire United, Reddy's not playing today. He was spectacular yesterday in the way he played. Got to 50 in about 18 balls yesterday. He was just clean hitting, and he didn't look like he was hitting it either, which was amazing. But it's been a solid start from Cheshire. Just a so far from Dan Newton. It's Rav. So they didn't start till 12:30, and the umpires came out, and it was quite. There was no breeze. It was quite warm, and then as play started, a slight breeze got up. It wasn't a heavy breeze, but just a slight chill all around the ground. Whereas today, at least I can have a little walk and keep myself warm. But that's a good shot. That's played through mid-wicket for 4. And Dan Newton gets his second boundary of the morning. Today. The fleece and the shorts.
Well, I must admit, I like to wear shorts as much as possible between mid-April and mid-September.
Like a postman.
So, absolutely, yeah. So I couldn't resist the opportunity, but it's certainly not as warm as one would have liked. I don't know about you, but certainly down in Shropshire, we had a lovely week last week.
Yeah.
When everyone was busy at work, and then I remember logging off my laptop on Friday at 5 o'clock, and the heavens opened. And to be fair, we haven't had too much rain during the course of the weekend.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. An absolute punched through the covers. Fielded for that one, and a couple of
it really firmly through the V. Always nice those shots. I think nice and straight, low risk. But yeah, we haven't.
Not at the minute. Oh, and again he's blasted that one away and off the. Again, the man at absolutely no chance. He's a big monster.
Phrase on the previous ball, stand and deliver. Same again, just hammered it through the offside. Fielder barely moved. Was at the boundary before he knew it. 2 super shots in that over.
Yeah, we had a decent crowd yesterday. A lot went home after tea, but there's not many sat in front of the pavilion. It's my first time at Oxon. It's a massive old pavilion, a lovely looking pavilion. We're right by the bell, which was just rung enthusiastically by before. My ears were still ringing after. It made a few of the Shropshire players jolt out of the seats as well as they walked out. But to the left, we've got, which you can't see on the stream, but we've got a lot of benches there, and a few people there. There's a guy in there's apartments just behind them, and there's a guy who's leaning on his fence having a cup of tea and watching the cricket as well. There's a few, as I say, there's a few coats on. I think if the sun just breaks through, it's a lot brighter than it was yesterday. If the sun breaks through, it'll be okay, I think, quite a bit warmer, but good to see it, and not a bad crowding, and I'm guessing a few from Shropshire as well might make the journey over, because it's about maybe an hour.
These players will play club cricket on Saturday. Both counties had games yesterday.
Yeah.
Of course, Shropshire were just down the road from me at Sheffield with that narrow win. They had a crucial win as well.
Yeah, it would have been 2 defeats out of 2.
Power play situations, you get it through the infield, and once that was past the fielder, with no chance of getting there. Certainly looks a quick outfield, judging by what we've seen so far. I mean, that was barely more than a push, was it? Just off the legs, just turned it around the corner, and once it was past the fielder, it was 4 all the way.
We commented on that yesterday. It's off despite the heavy rain we had on Saturday evening, and again, but well fielded that time. At gullies, he punched it off the back foot, Perry. Despite all the rain that we had on Saturday evening, dry, lightning quick, and we're seeing it again there. I mean, Oxford probably had the same amount of rain we did, but yeah, because we've had a dryish month up until then, it's still fairly dry when you hit the ball on the outfield. It's not really, especially if you hit it on the ground. I think if you hit it in the air, it might plug a little bit if it bounces, but I think, yeah, on the ground it's just flying away.
Yeah, very much so. I think, particularly in these early overs, when you have the power play and anything through the infield is going to cause a problem, as we've seen so far. And to be fair, a couple of the strikes in the first over or the second over, I think it was, where nobody was getting anywhere near those. They were really well hit. But yeah, that last one was no more than a push, really, around the corner. Good start, solid start for the home team.
Yeah, as I say, I think if they win today, they're more or less qualified because of the run rate as well, the top of the group. To last year, when I think they only won one game in this 50 over stage. But talking about trips, spare part for Cheshire yesterday, and then had to go up to Cumbria, and they're up at Cumbria today, and then they've got to go back down to Suffolk. Yeah, I think it's about 5 or 6 hour trip back.
Yeah, the same as players played on Saturday as well in leagues in East Anglia or wherever they play their trade. And
but I think
you forget. It's ultimately amateurs in the main, and you know, we'll have jobs to go to no doubt tomorrow morning.
I think the idea is to kind of break the back of the competition and play two games in 2 days and then confirm their qualification, and then they'll have a home. If they win the group, of course, you have a home tie. Nice and bright over there. You can see the Welsh Hills, which is always a good sign to our right, which means that there's no rain imminent. Looking at the forecast again, you might get the odd light shower, but on the on.
Yeah.
Robs are going to have the Cheshire at some stage. Looked after us very well over the last couple of days. He's been on the brew runs for us a couple of days. And yeah, Will Valentine said he'll hang about and come on with us. But this is Chahal. Interestingly, no slipping early on for Shropshire either.
No, it is interesting. I guess they've got a third man in, haven't they? But yeah, I suppose, I don't know if that's normal. Is that normal in the power play, or do you tend to find that teams do tend to go with a more attacking field early on during the power play to try and nip a couple out early?
Yesterday, Cheshire had 4 slips in the first 5 overs. Yeah, they had 3 and then they chucked a 4th one in, but it was...
that is ambitious during the power play.
It was Pell who negated that by doing a reverse scoop, which gradually took the slips out. But yeah, they do like to be aggressive early on, Cheshire. They do tend to take wickets early as well. I mean, again, similar to the Suffolk innings, similar to the Cheshire innings, they took a wicket with the 3rd ball of Suffolk's innings. So both sides were 0 for 1 at one stage. Oh, that could be the first 6 of the game. And indeed it is.
Big 6.
It was a big six, yeah. The boundary's well in, and it's not going to trouble the paddle players, but it's certainly troubled the grass near the sight screen as that's smacked over, and Dan Newton freeing his arms again, and that's just spelled Chahal's over a little bit, 8 off it.
They've raced on to 36, really.
Yeah.
Almost effortless. Obviously the big 6 there, the 2 fours in one over that Newton struck, the one that came down towards us in the V, and then the one he cut sort of through the offside for 4. Obviously there was the one that got turned around the corner in the previous over, but they raced on to 36. So scoring at quite a...
And I was speaking yesterday, I mean we'll get more from Gavin when he comes in, but Cheshire are looking to just get a squad, so they're not having to make too many changes. Last year they had to, I think, move the team around a lot because of unavailability, but they're actually getting players who are committing to all games of the 50 overs, so they've got that settled team, that settled lineup.
I think it counts for so much at this level. I imagine the biggest obstacle, probably, if you ask most of the national counties, is probably availability. It's tough for the reasons we alluded to a few moments ago. The schedule is difficult.
Big appeal there, maybe slight inside edge. There was only really the bowler interested and the wicket keeper. I'm just going to have a look at the replay now, but I think it was. Well, he kind of stepped across his off stump. It must have been an inside edge, I think, because he was certainly showing two of his stumps.
Yeah, just coming back on the schedule. It's tough at this level, isn't it? I think it's easy to forget that sometimes. I know with Shropshire for years it's been out at this level. Then who knows what might happen? But so often it's about who's available, who can play, who can't. Just because of the schedule, and as we said before, these are players who have other commitments, club commitments, family commitments, and it's a tall order. Work commitments when you get into the Championship and you have to take Mondays and Tuesdays off work to play 3-day cricket. It's difficult.
Yeah, a lot of them start Sunday. Yeah, like you say, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. That's a good shot. It's quick singles, but you've got like players at Berkshire playing. I think there's Ed Bragg who's at Buckinghamshire. He plays for Hales Owen.
Yeah.
So like he has to travel down there as well, and so it's you get some players who are not in the local Premier League, so again you've got that to factor in, but if they're available they'll get them in. I mean, I think it helps when you've got players at this level who, a lot of them have played county cricket in the past, been part of academies. Tom Fell, for example, was at Worcestershire for years, and I know obviously Andre Bradford's
Hallam, isn't he?
Yeah, that's the thing. So he's at Hallam, so he's coming from Sheffield.
Indeed. Yeah, I was there a couple of weeks ago actually. Went up for the snooker.
Oh, did you?
I did, yeah.
Oh, excellent. That's on my bucket list to go to the Crucible.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to be there.
Oh, that's well fielded. Good shot, well fielded. Dive into his right there to prevent a boundary, and that's the end of the over. Just the one off it. 37 without loss.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to be there. I think it was last Sunday. Was it the 25th, 26th last weekend? It was, wasn't it? The weeks fly by. I lose track of time. But I was there when the finalists actually. Wu Yizer, he was in the final today against Sean Murphy. Saw him against Mark Selby last Sunday morning. That was really enjoyable. Really good session of snooker. It's a good experience if you're into your snooker and you've not been. Yeah,
well, I went to the Tour Championship in Manchester, and we want to try and do Judgment Day and a session at the Crucible, because obviously the qualifiers are held in Sheffield. But yeah, it is on the bucket list, and I want to go before they redevelop it as well. Yeah. I know tickets are on sale now, I think, for next year, so I'm going to have a little look round and see if I can get to a daytime session.
Yeah. You don't realise what a small arena it is,
and how small the table.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because they look big on the telly,
but particularly with the two tables set up, obviously it opens up a bit once.
Because if you've got the partition, you hear the clapping.
Yeah, I was on the partition, so we get the same seats. Well, that's 2 or 3 years we've had the same seats right on that partition, so I could see good. And I think the last couple of frames, the first game had finished, so the divider came up, and the arena changes.
Oh, that was down leg side. It nearly bowled him. It was nearly stumped. It's running away, and it's well fielded. And I think, is it going to be leg byes signalled? Byes in the end, so no touch at all.
That's always the risk when you have the keeper standing up, of course, which is partly designed, no doubt, to put the batsman off and try and stop him using his feet and getting down the wicket. But then, of course, on the flip side, you have situations like that where it goes straight to the keeper and a couple of runs conceded. There was a touch in pace at this level, and but
I think that's why it was a bye, because it was past him before he knew it, wasn't it?
Just trying to put that element of doubt in the batsman's mind as well. Newton, we've seen already, is quite happy to use his feet and play shots. Just trying to. In fact, it's Perry on strike at the moment, isn't it? But it's trying to put that element of doubt in the batsman's mind.
Yeah, Perry playing the anchor role, which he tends to do really. But yesterday, once Newton got out early, he sort of freed his arms a little bit and scored at a run of ball. But you'll see that he'll let Newton blast away, which he is doing, 27 off 21, and Perry's just 8 off 20.
Yeah, I mean, it's what you want. It's perfect foil. If you've got one player who's doing exactly that, raced on to 39 without loss in what, the 7th over.
So so we're into the power play.
4 fours and 1 6 for Newton.
Yeah.
And he's 21, so
better over that.
27, isn't it? So yeah, we're doing a huge percentage of his runs in boundaries.
Better overall that from Chahal, just the 2 off it, and that was the 2 buys. Yep, so you can see there in the Cheshire lineup, Will Valentine and Harry Durden. Harry Durden, former captain, I think he's vice captain now too, Sam. It's going to be Ben Roberts to continue from that far end. Nice shot off the back foot, but straight to the fielder in the extra cover area on the practice strip. That'll be a wide. Leg side wide in the end.
First wide, I think.
Second, I think. Third, actually.
Yeah, just
2 from Roberts as well.
striking out very quickly in this kind of format as well, can't they? If you're not careful, make a big difference in the final analysis. If you ball too many of those, extra ball,
exactly.
Too.
Yeah. Well, oh, that's a big shot. That is the extra ball, and that gets the treatment over mid for 4. And again, Newton just freeing his arms. He's a big muscular guy, and he just 2 bounces into the fence.
Yeah, I think only 5 of his runs have come without hitting the boundary rope. What was that? 5 4s and 1 6 and he's 31. So that tells you everything you need to know. And he's again there. He barely moved. It was to use your phrase from before, standing delivery. He just threw his arms through the ball. Again with the field in, of course, due to the power play. You've got that extra license just to throw your arms through it a little bit, and again a decent connection.
Yeah, he just deals in boundaries. Obviously, freebie runs. I mean, I think every new spell that a Suffolk bowler started yesterday, they went for 4. It went for a boundary, which the looseners were just being punished, and you can't do that, can you? Especially in 50 overs. Nicely flicked away again. He's going to get probably 1. He's wanting 2. Yeah, they're going to come back well run there, quickly run between the 2.
Yeah, comfortable 2. Yeah, certainly not been too many of those in the Cheshire innings so far. They haven't needed to rotate the strike. 46 without loss.
Well, the run rate's 6, and it was around 6 all innings yesterday. So they'll want to keep it at 6s, because then you're pushing up to 280, 310.
Which is always tough to beat. Beatable, of course, but always tough. Just scoreboard pressure then when Shropshire come into bat. Defend it than the other way around.
And it puts pressure on them, like you say, with the schedule they've had. Mentally, it'll be quite tiring as well. And I came up from Manchester, and it's doing 2 games in 2 days is hard enough. So I don't know what it's like when you're out there playing, but yeah, it's you've got that to factor in as well. Especially the emotion as well for Shropshire. Heading out with a second defeat, and to win it off the last ball. You've got that emotion as well, then you've got to travel up. So you wonder how much that will take out of them.
Cheshire folk this morning, they're missing a couple, aren't they, from yesterday, and it just come back to that point. It must be hard to get the same team out week in, week out.
Yeah.
It doesn't help.
Janelle already was big miss, as I say, because they got off to a good start. They lost the first wicket, as I say, for 0, and then Alex Money and Sam Perry put on a partnership of over 140, and then there was a flurry of wickets, so they were 5 down for about 218, and Reddy just came in and, like I say, scored 50 in about 18 balls, got up to about 64, but he just built that platform, so they were up to 218, and it just allowed them to get over 300 quite comfortably. That's edged. If there'd have been a slip there, it would have been caught. As it is, it's going to be 4.
Yeah, I mean, there's not an awful lot of risk in that shot, really, from a Cheshire point of view, which is probably why he played it. It was quite wide, knew he could throw his arms at it. The keeper's standing up to my previous point, so it kind of takes the caught behind out of the equation. And it was just a case of whether it would get to the boundary before the third man could get around, and indeed it did.
First slip would have more. Feigned dive through extra cover there by the fielder. You could see the tiredness almost there. He went down very slowly, didn't he?
Yeah,
Joe Stanley.
Again, once it's through the infield. Push, really, he didn't, not even sure he quite middled it as such. Didn't need to, really gentle push through. Once it hits the infield, it's only going.
Power play, don't we? You've got 2 more overs. Over. Maybe get 1 boundary and deal in singles. But because it was left right, easy enough to. Lovely shot again in this. The fielder in extra cover. By without loss, 8 off it. Going to have Cheshire coach Gav Colburn come in and sit with Steve for a bit. I'm going to stretch my legs because I didn't get a chance yesterday.
For Cheshire, 54 off 9 overs. Going to be pleased with that?
Yeah, we're about first team. We're third to have first go. Little bit in the wicket, I think we felt so. Yeah, decent start. Obviously, getting 300 last couple of games is a bit of a blueprint. So we want to be quite nicely. So Sam Moore of the anchor and has got the skills to increase that tempo.
Shropshire. Theo Wiley then has come on, first ball for him there, punched away through the offside for a single. So we haven't had too many singles in the game so far. We were just commenting on the fact that such a high. Yeah, got another good example there, just punched into mid-off and comfortable.
First game against Cambridgeshire, and fortunately got a first baller yesterday, so nice this morning.
Yeah. Oh, a bit of a misfield there. Just bobbled a little bit in front of the fielder, perhaps. If we give him the benefit of the doubt on that one, just seemed to read up a little bit at him, that one, I think. Maybe I'm giving him too much credit, I don't know. But either way, another single. 57. Yeah, so already you see the difference, don't you, with the change of bowling, slight change of tactics from Cheshire there, and again an over where they just started to manoeuvre the strike round a little bit, which we probably didn't see too much in the first 8 overs of the game.
Yeah, lots of pockets here to utilise, so running well and putting the pressure back on the fielders. So got a good understanding and tend to run pretty well together.
We were talking during the first few overs about availability. I know you've got a couple of changes, haven't you, from the game yesterday. Is that one of the biggest challenges that you tend to find at this level, player availability? And it's tough, isn't it? The schedules are hard, lots of travelling, lots of commitments, which I guess impact the... Super shot. Good shot for one.
Yeah, massively so. Yeah, that is a challenge. So these guys have trained hard in the winter. We're trying to reward the group that are working together. So
across formats, or have you got quite a lot of differences across the different formats in terms of...
Yeah, again, there'll be a nucleus that will play across the 3, but there will be changes from the 3-day. And again, around that availability, committing to all formats, playing good level club cricket is difficult. So there will be changes when the red ball comes around.
It's gone right through the keeper. Yeah, we just come through the second running from Cheshire. saw the opportunity there for a second run. Could have settled for one, but aggressive running, which you've kind of already talked about a little bit. That aggressive approach makes a difference. Important, definitely important at this level. We were talking before about Shropshire with the keeper standing up. It's been one of the notable things in the opening few games. I guess that's to try and just put a bit of doubt in the batsman's mind. But of course, anything that gets to him, I mean, he's fairly nippy, isn't he, Charles? Quite a bold move, and I suppose a couple have just gone through there, which inevitably is a risk. I guess that's a risk you take. That's really nicely hit. Take one for that.
Yeah, a bit of risk reward. I think they, as I say, I think we think the surface gripping, so cutters are going to be quite useful as the innings progress. But it's something we'll look to do as well. Keep her up at certain times with seamers on and creating a different level of pressure.
Just to try and stop the batsman using the feet so much. You can mount up if you're not careful. It's been almost effortless, really. 67 on the board now for Cheshire, still without loss. I think that's 68. Yeah, scoring's raced along really this morning without. I think there's been some. Don't get me wrong. There's been some big shots. There's been some really nice hitting, particularly from Newton. But yeah, the outfield looks pretty quick here, I would say, based on what I've seen so far.
Yeah, always a carpet at Oxton, always a beautiful surface, so you get value if you can beat the infield. And again, yeah, just going into this different phase now, spinners on, really important that we minimise those dot balls, and I think that's been a little bit of the success in a couple of games. You know, the partnerships, we've had some meaningful partnerships. First game, sort of averaging 50 for each wicket, which was great to see down in Cambridgeshire, and then a couple of real big partnerships that took the game away. So I think once we get in minimising dot balls and making sure the fielders and bowlers feel under pressure.
In the air, I think, with that one. Did you have any thoughts of bowling first, or was it always a bat first today?
It is discussed, it is, but not often for very long. We do prefer to use our skill set. We bat all the way down and try and create scoreboard pressure. So obviously different conditions, moisture in the air, it's a discussion point, but we try and bat first if we can.
Yeah, 4 more there. I think they were buys, weren't they? Just went through the keeper. Extras starting to mount a little bit for Shropshire here. Takes the score on to 72 without loss. That's the first time we've seen that sort of, what would you call that, reverse sweep, would we call that, I think. First time we've seen one of those today. I'm sure there'll be plenty more.
Yeah. The favoured area for Sam manipulating the field, so bats for any length of time, you'll see that.
Just rocks back onto his back foot, then punches that one through the offside. But again, really aggressive running. Could have settled for one there. I'm sure some would have settled for one, but saw the opportunity to take a second and push hard for it. And yeah, it hasn't all been about hitting the ball firmly, which clearly they have done in this innings, but as I say, we're starting to see that desire now to run hard and run aggressively between the wickets as well, which again is all part of the game plan, no doubt.
Absolutely, yeah. And Dan just calling for a drink there, but yeah, it's minimising those dot balls. And
for the home side, 12 overs gone. I would imagine that's job done so far. I mean, it's a really good start. If you'd asked for that at the start, you'd have been happy with 78 without loss. On for Shropshire from the pavilion end. The spin option for the visitors. Again, just beats him in the flight there. Good start from him.
as ever, yeah, spinners are going to be key. We've got a couple of left arm spinners and Harry's off spin as well, so it's going to be really important today for us.
And the gaps well, the Cheshire batsman in the early stages of the Just your only game at Oxton this year?
Home has helped as well. You know, it's, as I said, it's playing back to back to back can be difficult. So at least we've got home comforts.
Yeah, big difference. I imagine Luke was saying that if that one goes to the boundary again for 4.
Yeah, I don't know how many from our guys and how fortunate the fixture list has been brought together for us, but we'd certainly take it over Suffolk's journey. You know, travelling up to Cheshire yesterday and then up to Cumbria. That's all part of national counties, isn't it? Managing the itinerary, but to get to back home games, we'll take that every year, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, you forget how much travelling there is involved in this level again. Easy single. Advanced on to 85 now, Cheshire. Still for no loss at the end of that over. First over for Joe Stanley. Again, rotating the strike really well, keeping that scoreboard moving, still scoring at a really healthy rate. And actually, on the quiet, Sam Perry's caught up Dan Newton. I think at one point Newton was way ahead of him on the scoreboard. He's only five behind Newton now. Perry on 37, Newton on 42. So a bit of a duel going on between those two at the moment. But punched away through the offside. First ball of Theo Wiley's third over.
And for us, Sam, he passed 1,000 knockout runs with his score yesterday, so just to have him at the top of the order and some of the younger lads, because we are a young side, to come in and back round him is really important. So great role model, great example for the younger lads, and such a calmness at the crease, as we've seen again today.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, Shropshire from their perspective just need a wicket here fairly quickly just to put the brakes on. Yeah. It's pretty much a boundary every over at the moment for Cheshire as well, which makes a big difference. Just helps to take the pressure off and put the pressure back on the bowling side.
Agreed. You're out there now, you feel like you need to dot up a bit here, put a few dots together, ideally take a wicket from Shropshire's point of view just to stem the flow a little.
Premeditated shot, but again I think it's going to go and race down towards the boundary road with a great deal of power behind it, really. Definitely feels like a fast scoring outfield out there, as I know you've already alluded to. Again, rocks onto the back foot, hammers that one towards the scoreboard over on that mid-wicket boundary for 4. And runs continue to come at quite a pace here for the home team. In fact, we're on to 98. Scoreboard on the far side can't keep up at the moment. So only 2 shy of the century partnership for this opening pair. Feels like it's coming no time at all, really. Won't get there off that one. Dot ball for Shropshire to finish the over. Chris Wiley's third over. And Stanley will continue from this pavilion end. So 98 without loss for Cheshire off 14. And yeah, it will be Stanley to continue his second over. Went for 10 off his first. And on that point about Perry, he's now only 2 behind Newton.
Caught him up.
Yeah, it's been a really good opening partnership by these two. Got this side off the roof. But they'll both want to go on, of course, and get big scores on the board. I guess that must be something you talk about a lot, the importance of converting and going on when you get in these situations. Is a terrific start, but things can change very quickly in this game, can't they?
Talked about those partnerships, and fortunately we've not had a history of losing wickets in clusters, so it's vital that, yeah, if we do lose one here, the other stays and we try and build round, and we have got a lot of artillery, a lot of firepower back end of the innings as well, so it just sets it up nicely. So absolutely we make sure that we kick on. That's the point where I'm trying to dot it up now, just trying to get back in the game, and be decent over so far, 3-4 dots, so they need just to drop that run rate.
Caught the crowd by surprise, I think. That one's punched away for an easy single. We'll catch up with you
Pleasure.
soon, no doubt. The score for Cheshire at the end of the 15th over, so very much the aspect of the game so far. They've taken advantage of that power play early on with some big shots, particularly from Dan Newton, who's now only one shy of a 50 here, but then with the spinners coming on, they've continued to hit boundaries at regular intervals. They've rotated the strike really well, and Shropshire yet to find an answer. Connor Marshall is coming on, and again Newton just rocks back onto his back foot, and that will be the half century for Newton. Well, if the 100 partnership passed almost without a murmur a few moments ago, the 50 for Newton has certainly drawn a smattering of applause from his teammates and the supporters around the ground. He advances on to 50. And Cheshire on to 102 without loss. So Shropshire hoping that the spin options here will just help to get them back into this one, desperately in need of a wicket from somewhere, if only to try and reduce the flow of runs here.
Yeah, hello again, Steve.
Really? Enjoy the walk?
I did, but
Feel
I
refreshed?
got chatting to a couple of people who I vaguely recognise, and they kind of vaguely recognise me, so we were chatting a little bit.
But you don't know who they were?
No, I know who they were. I know who they are. Yeah. But we were just chatting about yesterday's game and things in general. Yeah, I'll keeping an eye on it though. It's been comfortable, hasn't it?
Well, we were just saying, yeah, it's just been almost too easy, really, from a Cheshire point of view. I don't like to use the word easy because they play very well, but they've coped comfortably with everything, really, that Shropshire have had. They played the big shots early on during the power play, Newton in particular, and now they've brought the spinners on. What they've done really well is just continuing to hit the bad.
Saying yesterday, what you want is your spinners to come on and tighten it up, and they just haven't.
No.
You either tighten it up so you build pressure, so that's how you get the wickets, or you take a wicket, and they've done neither, really.
Yeah.
It's just been easy to just rotate the strike again, hasn't it? And
Yeah, well, I mean, 13 off Stanley's 2 overs so far, and that's something at least from a Shropshire point of view. But yeah, desperately need a wicket, if only to try and inject something different into this game, because it's all
effortless. It's Dan Newton again, just came down the track, and it was just like he was almost.
Well, I wonder if Newton has started to get, as he
Here we
goes
go.
again,
He's out this
and
time.
he's out. He's picked the fielder out on that occasion. Well, Shropshire certainly needed that. The fielder had gone out there exactly for that shot.
Tom
for
fell.
that previous ball. Fell it is. He's taken the catch, and I mean, it wasn't far off. Probably another 5 yards, and that was going for 6 again. But unfortunately for Cheshire, just didn't quite have the legs on it. I was just about to say, I wonder whether Newton had got a bit miffed that Perry had caught him up, because there was a point I don't know when you noticed as we were going round a couple of overs ago where Perry had almost caught Newton up on the scoreboard, with Newton having raced ahead in the opening 10 overs or so, but Newton just opening his arms out there, having got to 50, but just chanced his arm in the end once too often and couldn't convert his 50 to anything bigger. He'll be disappointed.
Yeah, he's just swishing his arm as his foot. He basically went for the same shot, he just didn't quite get the distance on it. Like you said, he put the fielder back, and whether he didn't see him or not, I'm not sure, but he picked him out, and it was a good catch by Fell. Well, comfortable, good catch. I say it was a good catch. It was a comfortable catch. I mean, it's a catch he should be taking, but yeah, he didn't have to move really. He was in a good position. But out comes Alex Money, and these two, Money and Perry, have put on 200 partnerships in the 2 games. So it's not going to get any easier for Shropshire. And I was just going to say, you were talking about the good start, but Cheshire got a strong batting lineup and they bat deep as well. So yeah, it's what you need from a Shropshire point of view. Now they need to take 3 or 4 wickets really quickly and have Cheshire at like 150 for 4 to just put that doubt in the mind, because if these two put on a big partnership, you feel it could get pretty ugly for Shropshire.
Well, they needed that wicket just looking all too. They keep coming back to that word easy, which is the wrong word to use, but you know what I mean. It was starting to feel a bit effortless really for Cheshire. They were just finding it so easy to keep the scoreboard moving at an alarming pace from a Shropshire perspective.
Yeah, it's saying it's stemmed the tide a little bit. I mean, taking a wicket helps, but it's still flying a little bit. And it was interesting walking around the ground in terms of, we're saying about if it's cold or not cold. If you walk around that side, it's very sheltered with the building, so it's quite pleasant there. But then you get a bit more open there, and that's
feels
where you
like,
feel the breeze a little
feels
bit.
like it's getting colder to me. I'm just going from the jacket.
It's a good shot, pulled away. Alex Money off the mark straight away. Only needed 3, and he's got his first boundary.
It's one thing they're doing really well. Is find the gaps in the field. Once that was through the infield, it was only ever going to the boundary. It's clearly noted as being quite a high scoring ground, this one. It does have a quick outfield, which will obviously help, and that's where Shropshire will want to hold on to that. It's a high scoring ground, but at the moment, if you were Cheshire, Luke, you were sat there saying, well, 300 doesn't even scratch the surface. You'd be looking at wanting to get 350 plus, really, on the evidence of what we've seen so far.
Yeah, well, I'll have a look at how the other game in this group is going on, and I'll bring you up to date with this. I've had similar, but it's 40 for 2, so it's very slow going.
That's the difference, yeah, incredible.
That's up in Cumbria. It's in Barrow. They're playing up in Barrow.
They'll be despondent in Barrow at the moment, won't they, Luke?
Ollie Bill made 7 off 20. Jack Beaumont out cheaply again after getting a duck yesterday. Archie Jones 16 off 50. So Jeff Boyd, because Darren Ironside's also 6 20. But yeah, they didn't exactly pick up the pace yesterday either. They just kind of meandered 218 and then were rolled. That was it. Compare that to Cheshire, who've had 2 overs more and on 114 for 1. It's been a pretty maybe it's just kind of they're looking to stick in there today and build the innings.
Well, in the context of what's gone before, Connor Marshall is doing a decent job here for Shropshire. He's just, I don't want to say putting the brakes on Cheshire, but he's going at an economy rate of only 3 and over, which compared to 1 or 2 of the other bowlers, I mean, Chahal, Stanley, all going in excess of 7, knocking on for 8 and over in most cases. So he has just.
I think it was on the. It was somewhere. I did see it before, but
scoreboard end. To try and slow Cheshire down a fraction, you could just sense that Newton was winding up again, wasn't he? And was starting to try and push.
Yeah, he's definitely picked up pace, Perry, as well, hasn't he?
It's hugely,
50 or 57 now. But I mean, even with the wicket, it's not exactly. Shropshire didn't exactly bowl him out either. He was just went for one big hit too many, really, didn't he?
Yeah, very much so.
I think it was one of those. Sometimes you think if it's a, you know, the ball or LBW, it feels like you've earned the wicket, but it was probably more Newton throwing his wicket away, really. So, like I said, he needs to go bang bang pretty quickly. Well, it was mix up and bit of an appeal there. I think it was in more in hope than anything. Square leg umpire not interested. He's just trotting in there, wondering what all the fuss was about. But yeah, slight mix up there.
Yeah, the two batsmen are just exchanging. There's a bit of an. I don't want to use the word an altercation,
Yeah.
but the two batsmen just exchanging words there around what happened.
Well, just looking at the replay, Perry had his arms outstretched saying, "Do you want me to go or not?" Money said. And yeah, in the end, he scampered back.
As you say, though, it feels like Cheshire are going to have any problems here at the moment. Really, is their own undoing. There doesn't look to be an awful lot in the wicket, certainly from what we've seen so far. That's a lovely shot as well, just rocked onto the back foot and then used the pace of the ball. And again, once it's 4 all the way, and that's just been the story of the opening 19 overs. Every time the ball's gone through the outfield, it's found the boundary rope.
And the timing it so well. You know, it stood at the boundary rope when you're walking around, how quickly it just gets there. I mean, it helps as well that a lot of these players play in the Cheshire League, so they know these surfaces, what it's like. Oxford, one of those perennial teams up in and around the top of the Cheshire League, and Shropshire won't have. They probably won't really know this pitch as well as the Cheshire one, so that's why it looks like it's got a lot of pace in it, a lot of bounce as well. But it looks like it's a road, as they say. It looks like it's good to bat on if you can get in, I think. So the danger's obviously Andre Bradford and Tom Cheshire. Yesterday, I mean, 15 needed off the last over to hit the first ball for 6 really gave him that comfort. But batting with the number 11, he had to really find that strike as well.
Stand for the opening wicket, 110 stand for the opening wicket, and when one partner goes, it's important, isn't it, that the other one then starts to bed in and build a really big innings, and Cheshire will certainly be looking for him now to go on and, well, ideally from their perspective, go on to 3 figures. So that just nips past the bat. Oohs and ahs from the Shropshire fielders. No nick though.
Was Dav pretty satisfied then?
Yeah, very much so, as you'd expect him to be. How could you not be, really, after the start that they've had? He did say he thought there was a bit of grip in the pitch, but I would have to say, on the evidence of what we've seen, Shropshire probably haven't exploited that enough. It just hasn't looked to be anything in it. So really, it's been looked pretty one-paced out there. Cheshire have certainly dominated the opening section of the game, and at the moment we're on for a really big score. Yeah, I mean, you'd be behind 350 minimum, wouldn't you, from here, if you were looking at it from the Cheshire point of view? You'd be really disappointed not to get 350 plus.
It'd be 3 games in a row. They've made Cheshire what you need to get the top order early on, because as you can see, I mean, they get off to a big powerful start. These two have put on 100 partnership in the first 2 games as well.
Very much so. So Shropshire are going to have a big...
Shots at catch there. It was close to the fielder, but not close enough for him to make an attempt for it. And there's a man at deep backward square doing the fielding down there, so it's just a single. It'd be interesting how Perry went at almost over on a ball. It was Money who was more the bludgeoner yesterday, but Perry still scored quite quickly. So it'd be interesting to see how they approach this now. Will or will Perry just go for the singles and let Money do the hitting? Decent smattering of support with him on this bank holiday Monday. Oh, that's out, is it? Oh. Stanley's always impressed me. He's always quite tight. I know he's gone for 31, but he always seems to be somebody who can nick a wicket out. And Money likes a reverse sweep as well. We said it could be his downfall. I mean, that's very tight actually.
Yeah, it was,
Umpire's just saying it's drifting away a little bit.
yeah, it was clearly.
Man, when they play reverse, when it comes off, it looks lovely, but when you get out to it, they must tear out.
The rhythm, trying to find ways to move the rotate the strike, but Cheshire on the umpire just signalled it was going down, but certainly had Shropshire excited for a moment or two.
It's equivalent in football, the goalkeeper trying to dribble around a striker, and it looks great when it works, but when it doesn't, you're tearing hair out, aren't you?
Yeah. Well, at the moment, as we've said, any problems that Cheshire have are likely to be of their own making, really. You don't get the sense Shropshire are going to force anything here. It's very much, even the Newton dismissal, as you alluded to, it was very much he was gone for a second consecutive six and just not quite good enough on it. That was a good bit.
3 games, and I know we were quite critical last week when they lost to Cumbria, said they were outdone in all 3 departments. I mean, they got over the line yesterday, but Alex Money is in his first 2 games for Chester. He's got a ton in both games so far. And he got 88 yesterday. Oh, that was a half chance off his own bowling. But he hit it so hard that he didn't really have time to react. But it's fair you look at Roberts as well. I mean, he opened the bowling, quick bowling, and he was scoring quickly. He's only gone for 17 off his 4 compared to Chahal, who's gone for 43 off his 6. I know he's bowled 2 overs left, but still, it's been pretty good stuff in the opening bowl. We feel he might play a part in the latter part of the innings. So good off the back foot these.
Yeah, they've been really good at just dropping onto the back foot and then just looking to find the gap extremely well.
You just feel like the 2 spinners are getting into the groove now, though it's taken them a couple of overs, haven't it? But they're just starting to get that bit more bounce and flight and asking questions of the batsman. But again, just left hand or right, it means the field's moving around, it gets them off the line. Don't get 300,
Well,
yeah.
the positions are in, yeah.
And the rest, I think, judging by the current situation. Well, are we 22? So we're in the 23rd. I mean, well, normally double it and add another half on, maybe. Would you say? I mean, they're going to be about 150 at the halfway stage.
Yeah, I always say if you get to 25, add on about 100, 150 to the score. So
350
we're 2 overs away, aren't we?
Right, wouldn't it? Really, perspective, and as you a long way down.
Yeah, it's just they're at 150 at drinks, so yeah, you're looking at 300 at least, and putting a foot on the accelerator. At the minute, 18 deliveries.
Frustrating that over Shropshire. I mean, they've got 2 fielders down. They absolutely bisected the 2 fielders, and as we've repeatedly said, as soon as anything goes through the infield on this pitch, it's going to the boundary.
Yeah, yesterday I could see what the projected scores was. I can't see it today, but if you're working it out, and you're probably looking at between 320 and 350.
I think however much years these things can change very quickly. Suddenly, 2 or 3 wickets in quick succession. It's obviously well set, and the game can change. And 350 comes down to nearer 300, and that's the nature of cricket, the nature of sport. That's what Shropshire will be telling themselves. At the moment, you're staring at it thinking, well, yeah, this is 350 written all over it, but wickets will put the brake on the scoring if Shropshire can get them.
They've just got to look at, as I say yesterday, when Cheshire were 143 for 1, and then all of a sudden they were 218 for 5, so they lost 4 wickets for 60 runs. So
that's the kind of thing Shropshire need here, really, just to get them back, just to pull them back into the game and try and keep that.
So yeah, I think there'll definitely be runs in this. Shropshire will fancy the chase, because they'll be looking at it now going, do you know what, it's a good outfield for a start. it's a good pitch. If you time it well enough, you're probably more likely going to get a boundary. So it all depends how well Cheshire ball earlier first up. If Shropshire lose that's playing a miss. He was trying to cut that one away, and we talk about the bounce there again. Just maybe did him for pace a little bit there, and bounce. Connor Marshall. Yeah, he just spun away at the last minute as Money took a step back. Oh, shout a catch and just died on the fielder. Wild throw.
Yeah, he's just made something happen here for Shropshire, Connor Marshall. As you say, just a little bit more bounce, a bit more grip off the surface, and occasional change of pace as well, making a difference. But I just think his line has been really good. He's not given, by and large, that room for the batsman to control, you feel, when he's bowling at the moment. Again, they're just right on the money, if you excuse the pun.
He's not boundary yet.
Which is next to a couple of a bit too much width at times to these Cheshire batsmen, and they've been able to use their arms to good effect to hit through the ball. Whereas just at the moment, when Marshall's bowling, they're having to work really hard, aren't they, to try and manoeuvre the ball, even for ones and twos, which is not something we've seen too often during the course of the morning so far.
Yeah, one more over before drinks. There's a change in bowling as well. Lewis Evans coming on from this pavilion end. Bit of left arm spin. And a loosener.
Yeah, a bit short. Lucky to get away with just the one there, I think. He was just able to rock back on and then, again, throw his arms through the ball, pick the fielder out and then wicket boundary.
Yeah, straight to Ben Roberts there, who just kept it down to one. But yeah, it was a bit more loop to him. Probably won't get it to go through as quick, but he's a bit short. He's bowling it more shorter. They're able to play it off the back foot there, and I think you need to get, when you're spinning, you need to get a batsman on the front foot, don't you? It's been a lot of being able to play it off the back foot rather comfortably, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got very easy pace to you. I think that's always the sign, isn't it? When batsmen are able just to rock onto the bat ball through.
Sometimes I'm a bit of down.
Really, just trundled along, but no chance of the Shropshire fielder getting down there to cut it off. And that again will give, frustrating as it is for Shropshire, it will give them a little bit of confidence, I suppose, when they come to bat later on. You can see what a high scoring ground it is and what a high scoring outfield it is. But they just want to make sure they're not chasing too daunting a target. That will be the concern for them at the moment. Approaching 150, still not even halfway through the Cheshire innings at the moment.
And we're going to have a drinks break.
Yeah, that was a nice shot, really nice shot. I always love it when, yeah, I know it's not the traditional thing to do now in these one-day games, is it? In this modern day and age where players are playing sweeps and reverse ramps and all this kind of stuff. But again, to my previous point, I mean, that was just an effortless push, really, through the V, playing through the line of the ball. And again, once you beat the infield, it was only ever going to go for four. But I mean, he didn't hit it hard, did he? He just timed it beautifully, used the pace of the ball, beat the infield, and that's 4 runs. And for me, that's what you really need to do at the moment. They don't really need to play big shots, and that, I suppose, will be a little bit of frustration for Newton, the way he got out. But they really need to be playing big shots at the moment. They're finding it so easy to score at least a boundary per over, and then they take the strike off the other deliveries. As long as they can keep the scoring rate up around 6-10, and then to go and look to crash on in the final 10.
Yeah, I think drinks at a time. Country in the NCCA. Suffolk of 57, one who really held any sort of innings together, so you feel get hit early. Go on. Group 2. Bedfordshire against Staffordshire. Staffordshire won the toss and elected to bat. They are 56-2 currently. Rhys Evans and James Kettleborough recovering slightly. Staffordshire were at 13-2.
Yes. Thank you.
Lincolnshire and Northumberland.
Oh, there he is.
So Northumberland 107-3 away at Lincolnshire. Lincolnshire won. As the post first. After to be 62 not out of 64. Charles, the other not out batsman. Archie Harrison 37 not out there. 2 wickets for Rudge. Wiltshire, they're hosting Devon today, and a good start for them. Devon put them in, and they might be regretting that decision because Wiltshire 109 without loss off 18. Tom Cheetah and Jack Minot both have passed their half centuries. And finally in Group 4, Cornwall are hosting Wales. Wales, who had a good win yesterday. They've struggled in this competition the last few years. They're struggling today though, 78-5, having won the toss and elected to bat first. Two wickets apiece for Ryan Tonkin and Ben Ellis. Between there. We're about to get back underway here. I've just joined us. Cheshire won the toss and elected to bat, and as you can see, cracking start for them. Oh. So that's gone down the leg side. There could be wides here. Is it going to be 4 wides? Fielders chasing after it and can't stop it in the end. Back foot again. There's a fielder out there at long off. Just the one added again. But 11 came off that last over before drinks. Rhys Evans' first over. Ooh, bit of a false start from Marshall there. They're going to scamper through for a leg bye. More people arriving all the time as well, which is good to see. The opening partnership, pretty effortless stuff. They've just ticked along. Money's got to 28 in no time. just another simple single. Giving a bit more air that delivery, but again just easy enough for Perry to take a single, and again just that rotation of strike, just looking to put the Shropshire bowlers off the line. So just the 3 off that over from Lewis Evans, a much better second over from him. So Marshall then, let's continue from that far end. So he's bowled well without reward so far. None for 23. Beautiful driven on as a misfield, that will be a boundary. So he's taking on the catch. Seemed to dive straight over that one. He was looking at the surface. But it's a boundary to Alex Money. No breeze here at all. Flag is just gently, very, very gently, just knocking around. You feel there is a bit of a breeze that'll blow the clouds that are over the ground. A bit more sun than doing it being a lovely, pleasant day. Evans then start a new over. Again, a bit more air there, and Perry just had to check his stroke. Aggressive shot, and that will be a boundary from Perry. Through the covers, and again lightning quick. Fielders absolutely no chance of stopping. We're talking about Conor Marshall taking up one, and Lewis Evans has gone for 20 so far. The last ball of this third over. So 21 off his 3 so far. Conor Marshall's gone for 30 off his 7. $179 for 1 then. Cheshire having been on top, having won the toss and electing to bat. Very much a bat first side. First in all 3 50 over trophy games so far, so interesting to see how they do having to chase. You can see what comes about.
I'd certainly not get any warmer, Luke.
Here's Robertson again. To enjoy your little walk around.
Well, I did, but yeah, it's reminded me a bit. Do you remember the game we did at Burslem last year?
We went to,
I think was it Staff Shropshire? I think
yeah,
it must have been.
2020.
Very reminiscent. It's just you're right, it's a little bit.
In fact, it's just people just sat in sweatshirts today, and that wasn't the case yesterday. So, but not a bad crowding, is there really? Nice smattering, certainly on the left-hand side.
Yeah, it's interesting what they normally say. It's the 30th over, and they normally say double it, don't they? That's the rule of thumb. So that comes back to the 350 plus. I mean, we're talking 360 from here, aren't you, for Cheshire if we double the score in the final 20? So that'll be the target for them, surely. 350, 360. Got to be the aim from here.
It's edged. There's a man out there. Down at third man, so just a 1. I don't know if you saw the boundary, but I think it was Tom fell out there on that far side. He just misjudged it, didn't he, before?
Don't see the long barrier enough these days, do you? They're all probably taught differently nowadays.
No.
They're probably taught to pick it up on the full to throw it back in quicker. Whereas back in the day, it was all long barriers stop the boundary.
Short, pulled away. That's going to be a boundary again. Lightning quick outfield. It was only about 4 or 5 yards to the left of the fielder, but he just had absolutely no hope of getting that one. And anything short is going to get punished by these 2 batsmen. And Perry moves on to 82. Again, just runs just coming easily.
Yeah, I was just literally just about to say, Luke, there's not really been a spell anywhere in the innings, has there, where Shropshire have just been able to exert any kind of control. Well, with the exception maybe of Was it Marshall? Who was the bowler?
Yeah, Marshall, yeah.
Marshall, who we said had just managed to rein it in a little bit. And batsmen take some refreshment on board. So we're at the 30 over mark, 20 overs to go. And as I said before, you normally talk in terms of double the score in the final 20 overs of a 50 over game, particularly with wickets in hand as Cheshire have. And you'd immediately be looking at something in the 360, even 370, 375 region. Isn't completely implausible if they can make the most of the wickets in hand that they have here. As Evans comes on for his 4th over. And 186 still for just that 1 wicket. Newton caught on the boundary, seems a long time ago now. These two again have very much beautiful shot again. Oh, that's well fielded. Really good work there. Keep that down to the single. From a Cheshire perspective, it's been very much as you were from the opening partnership, really. These two again have just made an art form out of hitting the bad ball, keeping the boundaries coming at an alarming rate from Shropshire's point of view, and then just manoeuvring the strike as well to keep the scoreboard ticking over again there. Lovely push out to the boundary for 2. Good running from the 2 batsmen, and Shropshire just haven't been able to stem the flow of runs at all. Save those early few overs from Marshall where he was able to just drag the scoring rate back a fraction, but it's been almost effortless really for Cheshire so far as they move rapidly towards the 200 mark for the loss of just 1 wicket. And end of Evans' 4th over, he's gone for 26, so an economy rate of just under 7 for him. And those economy rates for the Shropshire bowlers do tell a bit of a story. Chahal going in excess of 7, Wiley nearly 9 and over, Stanley nearly 7 and over, Roberts, who's on at the other end now, just the 5, which in the context of this innings is pretty respectable really. 25 runs off his 5 overs so far. And Perry now on to 84, so he moves within 16 of his century. We did say when Newton was out, having just passed 50, that you felt it was important for Perry to convert and push up towards the 3-figure mark. Well, he's closing in on a century here. By Perry, moves to 89. Some exasperated, frustrated yelps from Roberts, I think it was the bowler there, just pitched that too short, sat up. Anything today that the batsmen have been able to throw their arms through has gone to the boundary. Anything with any width or anything short that's just enabled the batsmen to throw their arms at it has been disappearing to the fence throughout the innings. 2 short now of the 200 coming up for Cheshire. 198 for 1. And Shropshire staring down the barrel of a really big score to chase here at Oxton, barring a remarkable turnaround in the closing stages of this innings. And a bit short, and he's been wided for that as well. More frustration for the bowler who kicks at the turf there at the far end. Frustration mounting a bit here for Shropshire, and you can see that in the body language of the fielders and the bowlers here.
I think we're going to get someone from Shropshire on with you in a minute, Steve, so you can question them. One away from the 200 now as well.
Yeah, it's come really quickly.
It's just coming. It felt like they got there without any effort, really. Which I think, like you say, is disappointing from a Shropshire point of view.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just saying anything that. Yeah.
Genuine edge. Again, if a slip had been in there, I think it'd have been a comfortable catch. It's over 60. Still 18 overs remaining as well. But yeah, there was a shot pulled and there was no fielder then. It was a shouted catch from someone, a Shropshire player, and I thought, only the invisible man's taking that one because there's nobody around at all.
Yeah, you can sense Roberts in particular is feeling pretty frustrated with things. That if you noticed, I know you were just in the pavilion, but a couple of frustrated yelps from the bowler in that over, and body language wasn't great, but that's understandable. And we've talked a little bit about that. The schedule has been a long few days for them. 3rd game in 3 days for many of these players, of course, with club cricket on a Saturday, and it's certainly not gone to plan for the visitors so far, and they'll know they're staring down the barrel of a big score here. 201 for 1. And Perry is closing in on a well-deserved century. I was just saying while you were away, Luke, we said when Newton was out, it was important that Perry went on and converted, and to be fair to him, I mean, he's got a little bit to go yet, but 10 away now from that 100.
The thing yesterday was, I think two Cheshire players got in to the 80s and didn't go on. So I think if they want somebody to just go on and get 100 today, I think Perry's the man. He's looking well set. And like you say, Cheshire looking well set as well with over 15 overs remaining. They've got to be looking at 350s here. Between 300 and 350. I mean, 300 is an absolute minimum.
I think 350 is a minimum, to be honest. Luke, if I'm honest. Really, I think you'd be disappointed not to get really disappointed not to get 350 from here. I was just saying, I mean, you talk about double the score from the 30 over mark. I mean, you're comfortably pushing 375 with that. So, yeah, I mean, you never know. As we've said earlier on, a clatter of wickets and suddenly it can look a different game. You get a couple of new batsmen in and maybe it doesn't look quite so easy. But
it just puts the skids on, doesn't it?
It does. But yeah, we keep using that word. Effortless, and it has felt very effortless. I think what they've done so well is they've hit the bad ball every time to the fence, and unfortunately there's been a bad ball most overs which they've been able to capitalise on, and that's why you end up in the position they're in. I think it'd be interesting to see how Cheshire play these last 17 overs, because if I was them, I'd be looking probably not to do a lot different to what they're doing at the moment for the next 7 or 8. Try and get to the 40 over mark with only 2-3 wickets max down, and then really look to crack on in the final. They're scoring it. Well, we'll still be scoring it. I mean, across the innings they're scoring obviously in excess of 6. But
catching opportunities either for the fielders. So it's been a really impressive performance. You feel that Perry might tee off a bit when he gets to his 100, but as I say, they've got such powerful batting unit. I imagine that somebody like Kevin Carroll will be promoted up the order because he can score. I saw him score a 50 against Derbyshire a couple of years ago, and it was I think he got it in about, similar to yesterday to Gennaro Reddy. He got it in about 15 balls. So yesterday he only got, I think, about 10, Kevin Carroll, but he could easily just add another 20-30 runs in one over. Sorry, he get out that there's still so much. Here's Roberts over the wicket now. Ooh, that was a genuine chance. That's probably the first real false shot Perry's played.
Yeah, aiming for back and look like a complete fool. Would he hang back and make sure he's? I think he made the right decision there. I don't think he'd quite got there. It was just a fraction too far in front of him for the diving catch.
Sorry, it was Murray. It was Money that's one away. Fuller, and that is the end of Sam Perry.
Yeah, a bit of relief there, I think, from Roberts as well, who, as we said, looked a bit frustrated in the previous over. Certainly enjoyed that moment, that's for sure. I think it was middle stump, wasn't it?
Yeah, he just swung in. He was trying to come down and advance down the track. But yeah, 87, really good innings for him. 87 off 103, 10 fours in there, and a good captain's innings. I think the one thing he'll be disappointed about is he didn't reach his 100, but
yeah, very much so. Particularly given it just seemed almost inevitable he was going to get there. As we've said a few times, Luke, the only way you can really see wickets coming here is not necessarily mistakes, but Cheshire just looking to move the scoreboard on even more. I mean, again, he's kind of advanced down the wicket there. Does he need stage of the innings? I don't know. He obviously, as you said, probably decided it was time to maybe up the ante a bit more as we move towards the final 15 overs. And yeah, just went down the wicket, fraction more pace maybe from the bowler on that occasion. Just did him, threw him before he knew it, middle stump at the ground. You'd say Money on 49 needs to go on in these last he needs to be there, doesn't he, really, in the 45th over of the game, and if he is,
just a bit of a delay. Umpire stood arms outstretched, as you can see, almost like he's signalling it wide. Quite sure what the delay was there. Is it the sight screen? Oh, there's somebody walking in front of the sight screen, I think, but it's the opposite end. Anyway, here is Robertson, first ball to Murray. At this stage you play yourself, just give yourself a call. Well, I mean, 35 off coming up to 7 overs is pretty impressive the way Cheshire scored. It's a good delivery. Murray gets off the mark. Yeah, you did well to dig that out, Murray, there.
Yeah, just pitched it up a fraction more, up towards the block hole, and overall it was a good over. Yeah, I mean, his figures in the context of the innings are pretty good, aren't they, really? I mean, economy rates of just over 5, so he'd taken that wicket there. Getting rid of Sam Perry.
Is the sun breaking through, Steve?
I was just thinking, are we in danger of seeing the sun? I was
just thinking. Now.
Certainly haven't seen much of the sun yet today, but he's hoping.
That's all right.
Giving another wide there.
Arms are outstretched. It's time for the right.
Yeah. A bit more frustration for the bowler. In fact, I think he's conceded 37, and 5 of them are wides. 5 wides in there, which just again tells a story. Overall, he's been pretty decent.
When he got it right, he's been a threat, as we saw there with the wicket.
Again, the line is so important. I think what he's done well, and a couple of the Shropshire bowlers have done pretty well, probably not consistently enough throughout the innings. It's just that line and length. Getting that, there wasn't really much the batsmen could throw their arms out wide of the stumps. And consequently, in the context of the innings, a very good over from the Shropshire point of view.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking, there's only been one maiden which sort of says it all, and that was from Charles at the start, and he's gone for 43. So, they've kept, in the main, Shropshire have kept the runs per over down to single to a low 300. And I think they'll be pleased with that one. As I say, you can see that it looks a very good pitch to bat on. It's got a lot coming onto the bat quickly, and it's leaving the bat even quicker. So we know with the firepower Shropshire have got, that it could be an interesting chase. Saying it is interesting though that Cheshire batted the first 3 times in the 3 games. It'd be interesting to see how they cope if they have to chase at any stage.
Yeah, so
Because when you bat first, you can dictate it, can't you, a little bit?
the coach earlier was saying that it was definitely something that they looked to do and they liked to.
Because money's on, always on. Well, it's come up at so the scoreboard's wrong, so it's come up as 50 for money, but he's actually on 56, and I think the scoreboard's behind. Because
That's what was confusing.
yeah, money's on 56 or 57, but does the actual scores work out? It's not 50 partnership. Oh yeah, now it's moved, yeah. Now it's moved up. It's catching up now. He's on to 60 money with that boundary. Shades on, Steve. A bit slightly brighter.
Elegant, cover drive, just waited for it. Again, just able to keep saying through his arms, through the ball, and really textbook, isn't it? Textbook cover drive through the gap for 4.
But I was saying again, Alex, money he got out in the 80s yesterday. Sam Perry's done it. When he seems to get to the 80s, he seems to get out. If one player can really go on and get a big 100, I mean, money's looking good. And he's scoring at a decent rate.
Money needs to cash in.
Oh yeah, that a few times.
I'm sure he has.
It's a writer's dream, isn't it? I make Rich Watt.
I was just thinking exactly the same thing, though. Yeah, that's one of Richie's copybook. That one, I'm sure he'd be chuckling away if he was listening.
Yeah. Hello, Rich, if you are listening or watching. I know we said you tune in at some point to hear our dulcet tones. But, yeah. It's an open ball, isn't it? With the money. It's interesting yesterday as well when I spoke to Sam Perry to close the play about was it an easy decision to bat first, and he just said yeah, because we're back first side. A lot of sides yesterday elected to field first. I think there was only, looking across the games, I think there was only 3 sides who won the toss and batted. The rest all fielded, and it was, I think a lot of the time the side fielding second most.
Yeah.
So it maybe wasn't the best decision to field first. I think a lot of people looked at the sky rather than the pitch. That should be wide, and it is.
I think this is it. I guess there's a few angles to it. I suppose they all prefer based on the players that they've got, and clearly, I'm talking to the coach before, Cheshire like getting in first and putting a score on the board, and then looking to defend it. And clearly, it's a formula that's working well for them this season. Why would you want to change? I did say to the coach before, did you ever consider bowling? Yeah, he said, well, we consider it, of course. Everything's there, everything's open for debate, but I don't think I think the impression he thought about it for long.
Yeah, a few seconds. Yeah, consider it for a few seconds. That was a really good delivery from Marshall, actually. Just again, skidded through quite close to bowling him, actually.
I think this is good though from Cheshire since the fall of that second wicket. Again, just see what.
And was the first real, I'd say, shot in anger, really,
Yeah.
because he didn't score any sixes, but it's the first time he really took a step down the track, didn't he?
Yeah. So it's Lewis Evans for.
Bit of a mixed bag. He bowls 1 good over, 1 bad. Whereas a reverse sweep for money, and this time it's very successful. Beats the dive there, and yeah, when it comes off, works very well indeed, and it did there for money. He moves on to 70 now. But yeah, in fact, it's Joe Stanley back on. It's updated now.
Yeah.
So Stanley 1 for 43 off his. Well, he was 1 for 39 off his 6. He's obviously that 4 has moved on to 1 for 43.
and was waiting for it to get there in the end, and just kind of jabbed his back down on it at the last minute. Got it away for a single.
And there's Will Valentine. I might see if he wants to come in and have a chat. He did say he would. Got to come on. Yeah. No rush. Sit with Will, or shall I? Or do you want to have a little wander?
No, you can do it, that's fine. I'll leave it to you.
It was a big hit, and Evans took a step back on the boundary and takes the catch, and Joe Stanley has another wicket, and again, just maybe a sign of trying to up the scoring rate.
Yeah, I think it's the one disappointment, I think, for Cheshire. They've gone for a really good score here, don't get me wrong, and they'll be really pleased with how the innings has gone. I think if you were probably looking at it from their point of view, it would just be a fraction disappointing that they've lost 3 players in the 70s and 80s, and again, they've not. But again, I mean, another. It's easy to say from
Ball.
Yeah.
But out comes Freddie Vaughan Hawkins, keeper. All Lancashire, I was saying yesterday, all Lancashire wicket keepers seem to be small. You've got George Bell, they're not very quick, but
playing your big shots, you don't want to suddenly end up 280 for 7. So that's got to be the hope now for Shropshire. If they could just keep nicking wickets on a regular basis.
Yeah, 2 freshest batsmen as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really big wicket, you feel, for them in the context of this game. But again, what they have been able to do, at least, is make sure that they've got those players out before they've been able to go on and make big hundreds.
I think Stanley will be pleased that he can actually bowl over the wicket to a right-hander, but he's flicked away, and he's got a couple already. I think Murray will be the one. I think Vaughan Hawkins will be the one who just sticks in, and Murray will be the one you'll see you maybe tease off a bit, because
we said when it got to the 30 over mark, double the score would have got them up towards 375. Suddenly, now you normally say in the last 10 you'd look at maybe 100 off the last 10, and suddenly you'd be saying, well, actually probably 350s more in the zone now for Cheshire. So you do feel like Shropshire are just starting slowly to bring it back.
it's just feathered that away. It's running down the hill and hauled in the end, but it's pretty pretty tight there. I don't think it just kind of died in him a little bit. It wasn't there to cut. He's just kind of dabbed it away in the end. Vaughan Hawkins. Next it's Murray. Murray's the taller of the two. Marshall again does well there. It's interesting though. I mean, Stanley's taken the 2 wickets, but Connor Marshall probably be scratching his head because he's bowled really well.
Yeah, he's done really well. Really well. He's
been a standout, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been a big factor, I think, in just bringing his side back into the game. He's just had that bit more control than any of the other bowlers, really. And using pace surface. Really had to work hard to get him away. Even there, you see, he's just kind of backed away. He's had to try and back away to make room, and then cut the ball out to the offside. It's been no gimmies, nothing easy. Well, certainly not a lot easy off the bowling of Marshall. He's done really well in the context of this innings. A rate of 4.5ish and over is really good. I think they've had a good 20 minutes here at Shropshire. Just feel like they've just started to rein it in a little bit. They'll feel a bit happy than they did 20 minutes or so ago. If you think back to that over when you could see Roberts was getting frustrated, the over before he got, was it Perry, I think he got out, and he was bowled in middle stump, and you could just see the frustration mount, and the body language wasn't great, but they've definitely pulled it back a fraction in the last 20 minutes or so.
The spinners are doing what we said they should have been doing at the start, really, after the power play, and it's taken them a few overs, more than a few overs, but it's but It'd be interesting to see how they deal with the certainly Chahal and Roberts towards the end of the innings when they come back on, because again the field will be out there.
Yeah, but from Shropshire's point of view, if you get to the 40 over mark and Cheshire still haven't got to 250, I think you'd feel really pleased from where we were 20 minutes, 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, there's 12 overs to go, isn't there? Going down leg, he was trying to sweep it. It was a full delivery.
The batsman.
Oh, that's a good shot.
Put the batsman off. Good bowling.
Yeah, this time Vaughan Hawkins a lot more calmer. People arriving all the time. Crowds building up quite nicely. This bank holiday Monday. A lot of people. I noticed on the way here after Chester Zoo and the local shopping outlets.
Cheshire Oaks.
Cheshire Oaks, yeah, they were all queuing to come off there, and as I said, there was a bit of a queue and all heading to Chester Zoo today, which find other stuff to do with the family, but a few people have come down to the cricket as well. Theo Wiley's just coming back on after a little spell off the field. Marshall's into his last over now, so he needs to make this count. 0 for 42. That's almost caught. Spectacular effort there, flying through the air, and it's well fielded as well on the boundary. So in the end it's just 2 runs. It was nearly a wicket and 4, but in the end it's just 2.
Yeah, it would have been a spectacular catch if he'd taken it, that's for sure. Probably never quite on, it was always that little bit too far away from him. He gave it a good go. And good fielding on the boundary as well. And that's quite...
Oh, and that one's kept low there as well. Yeah, I mean,
it's not very often in the context of the game you've had somebody actually able to pull the ball back on the boundary. So often it's just flown to the boundary edge. So again, just a good sign there, Shropshire just slowly starting to back a fraction.
Yeah, it's just giving him a bit of...
He's on the back foot and able to retrieve a ball that's heading out towards the boundary. It's just time and again it's been reaching the boundary rope. And again, maybe just a lack of timing, 2 new batsmen at the crease.
That's going to be 6. No chance for Tom Fell, smacks into that fence.
The 6s have been big 6s as well, haven't they? They haven't just reached the boundary. 2 or 3 of them have cleared the boundary rope by quite some distance. Again, that's flooded into the... that house on the far
The windows are in danger.
There was a moment, wasn't it? You could sense the calm.
That was a great shot. Again, off the back foot, straight to the sweeper out there, though. Deep backward point.
Got the airplanes in the distance. I assume that's Liverpool Airport.
It will be, yeah.
I can't quite make out. Is that tint of orange?
I think it's a certain other airplane.
Yes, indeed.
It's a ramp for Stanley then to continue into his 9th over.
Good ball there,
Well,
I think. Just
he
threw
thinks
in
he's
the
out.
full limit.
He was off celebrating, but nobody else will move.
Just a change of pace, I think. Just seemed to be through him before he was on it. Just slightly pushed it through slightly quicker.
I think he's got his hands on his head there. I think any sort of touch and it'd have been a run out, which is why he's got his hands on his head.
It's awful. Yeah.
Oh, that's 6 more. That is into the. Oh, there's no 1 bounce actually. No, it is. It just clears the ropes. It's gone into the hedges and top of the hedge by the bowling green there. It looked like it was actually going to go a lot further than that, and it just seemed to go down very quickly. But
Yeah,
it is
I'm
6.
probably a bit of a purist when it comes to these reverse ramps,
Yeah.
sweeps. I think if you can hit a ball like that, why do you
Oh,
need
he's
to
gone
be
again, but I
playing?
don't think he's caught hold of this one. Fielder's coming in, just bounces in front of him, in front of Rav Chahal, and it's only a single this time.
I guess it's all around trying to disrupt the bowler and disrupt the line and length and all the rest of it. But
It goes back to your long barrier though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You're very purist in that way as well.
well, I
aren't
just
you?
think when you can hit the ball like that down the ground, for me it's just more value in that. But I know it's a big part of the game these days. They do like the premeditated shots.
Good backhand there. We've got the tennis courts nearby, and they certainly would have been proud of that little backhand. That over went for 9. Conor Marshall's bowled out now as well. 10 overs, no maidens, none for 51. He's not got much hair on his head, but he'll be scratching that head of his as to how he's not got a wicket really. I might say been the pick of the bowlers really in terms of economy. Up there with Ben Roberts, 5.1.
So Shropshire will be keen to try and continue to just keep the brakes a little bit on this Cheshire innings now as we move on in the 42nd over. That's the other thing with the spinners on the overs fly by, don't they? You look at the ball and before you know it you're knocking on for the final 5 overs of the innings, almost on the quiet. When you've got spinners at both ends, the overs absolutely fly by. I think in Shropshire, at some point Shropshire will have to go back to the opening bowlers, Chahal and Roberts.
Not got much pace, have they? Or is that bowled? No, it hasn't. Shite Stumps has missed as well. Bit of a Keystone cuts up there, wasn't there? It was a reverse sweep miss, looked like it bowled him. Then there was a massive shot.
Yeah, again, just seemed to misjudge it. It was just a slight change of pace. It's hard to see from here.
Well, he's getting it through quite quick, Wiley, so
Yeah.
it's coming onto him quicker than they think. Which is why I
Definitely
think,
seemed to be on him before he knew it.
again, it's not quite getting the timing right because of the pace. So Theo Wiley with the catch in the end, off Joe Stanley. Another wicket goes on, and 2-4 for Stanley, and it's Freddie Vaughan Hawkins out for 16. And running in from long gone Theo Wiley. Not easy, or should I say he's easy to identify Kev Carroll because he's got those red shoes on. And this could either be over very quickly or Cheshire will be on 300 in about 2 overs time. One thing you won't Carroll then against, well, he was on his toes there, but he's off the mark. That's up in the air. This could be another catch. It's a high one. It's going to bounce safe though. Evans running around, coming back for 2. It's a wild throw in the end. Better throw might have had Carroll struggling there.
Tony's set now, I think, for the rest of this innings.
Yeah.
Feels pretty frantic.
Doing the field in there, coming across, sliding in well there.
The boundaries not quite coming with the same regularity that they were, 45 minutes or so ago.
Certainly,
Overall,
yeah.
Shropshire will feel, I don't want to say happy, but they'll feel like they've pulled it back a fraction from from where it was.
Yeah, I mean, there's still.
We can 25 to 50. We can 25 to 50 runs potentially out of the game. Shropshire, you feel, in the last 10 overs or so.
Nicely driven. Chahal's having to scamper around there. Deep backward point. It's just a single.
We made it. They'll get some of the able to go on and score a big 100. They've had 3 big contributions across the card, but nobody's actually been able to go on and really hammer it home, and that's probably in the final analysis when we get there, that'll be the difference between scoring 320 and...
Huge that. Again, is thought it was going to reach the house, it smacks off the fence. Effortless stuff from Henry Murray.
That fence over there is doing a grand job protecting that house. That's the second time in the last half hour or so it's prevented the ball from heading into that garden, that conservatory. I was getting worried for a moment about the glass doors on that conservatory.
You're triple glazing on that, wouldn't you?
Certainly would. Hope they're not having this there. I was going to say Sunday dinner, but it's a Monday today, isn't it?
Feels like, oh, that's out. He's just held his hand out there, Henry Murray, because I think he's just been done by the flight of that one. Again, he was trying to just...
I think he saw
knock
him
it down to
coming,
the boundary.
didn't he?
Yeah,
I think
he
he saw him coming and dragged it down.
dragged
I think
it out wide,
he saw him coming, dragged it down. He was done in the end by the shorter length. And
It's in Harry Dearden to the crease. Ex-Leicestershire batsman. It's a 281 for 5. Run rate still over 6. Wiley's his first wicket of the innings.
yeah, it was really good bowling. I think he just saw the batsman starting to advance down the wicket, just dragged it back a yard or two.
It's very sort of knocking the one around Kevin Carroll. I'm surprised he's not brought. It's the end of the over. A good one for Theo Wiley. Gets his first wicket of the innings. He's going at over 8 and over though. And Joe Stanley's bowled out now, so it'll be interesting to see who they bring on from this pavilion end. I think it's Ben. I heard Ben shout at Ben, so I think it's Ben Roberts being brought back into the attack. Yeah, it is. Just removing his cap.
Yeah, well, Roberts has still got 3 overs. Chahal's still got 4 overs. They're not going to bowl out the 2 overs. Only 6 overs of the innings left. So one of those opening bowls, probably Chahal isn't going to bowl. It's 10. Roberts comes back on, so you assume now he'll bowl out from this end. Putting down to this pavilion end. But yeah, barring disasters, you feel he'll bowl out now from the pavilion end.
They're just edging towards that 300 and not exactly flying there, which they looked like they were going to at drinks when they were 150 for 1.
Forward defensive.
The field's still back though. Got to try and find the gaps here, Dearden. Oh, there's one. Bit too short from Robertson. Dismissed by Dearden.
Yeah, one bounce and over the boundary rope. And again, just anything that's been a fraction short or a fraction wide, keep saying it, pass up that opportunity.
Yeah, they've had joy against the pace bowlers, the Cheshire batsmen. This is key 5 overs. Breeze just getting up again, which is a bit brighter. Gives it a bash though, Kevin Carroll, and it's well fielded. And that was Andre Bradford doing the fielding there. When he times it, doesn't half time it. Carroll there. I mean, it's good fielding there because that was rocketing to the boundary. Cheshire heading towards that 300 now with 5 overs remaining, 290 for 5. And they could continue with spin as well. Theo Wiley's continuing.
The wickets have definitely made a difference. Definitely made a difference. It's just
Run rate's still 6.4
it is. But they've not been able to crash on to the same extent I think we probably thought they would, which has been a real positive for them. Yeah, this is a game that could have gone away from them, I think, in the second half of the where they were, what were they, 150 for 1?
It drinks, yeah, 25.
To 25, you'd say 295 after 45 is a really good effort.
Big heave ho from Kevin Carroll there.
Interesting as well that they're clearly not going to bowl out with Chahal. They're persevering with the spin from the top end, which kind of backs up your point. It probably fits on the ball surface. And spell was 6,
Yeah.
I think it probably was.
Quick delivery, but by Harry Dearden. Reverse sweep came out. Well, his role's reversed it because Kevin Carroll's almost playing a little anchor role and Dearden's attacking. Race up to 12 off 8. Oh, hitting the pad, that looks close. Umpire's not interested.
Yeah, we've not had an LBW in the match yet, have we? Which is unusual. Should be one at some point. Shropshire will be hoping so anyway.
Main. So you wonder now if it's going to be 2 from Roberts, 2 from Chahal.
Still creeping towards the 300.
Yeah. To get in there. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be a low 300. One stage he was looking towards 350, wasn't it?
Oh yeah,
I think
absolutely.
I think if Cheshire get to 320, they'll be happy with that.
I think both sides will probably. But we'll see what happens in the last.
Well, you
both
say that. I
sides
think Shropshire feel they've probably leaked about 60 too many, haven't they? Especially at the start.
I think it'll ball for Cheshire those first 25 overs. I think they're really pleased. They've dragged it back in the second half of the innings, but yeah, overall, equally, Cheshire will be a bit frustrated. They haven't, depending on how these next 4 overs go, they haven't got a few more runs on the board. I think 350 looked a minimum at one stage. They have to go some to get to 350 now.
Yeah. Although there's a fielder out there, Chahal. Struck that really well, Dearden.
Good example there, though. Just haven't been able to find the gap on that offside bounce.
It's a big shot, that, and just one bounce, and it's thankfully not gone into the apartments, but it was very close to being just before the boundary rope. But I saw the power there of Kevin Carroll. He just took a step back and butchered that through extra cover.
Again, anything we whip,
And that is the 300 up.
Yeah, anything we whip has gone throughout the innings.
It's 301 for 5 then. So we get these last overs. Side screen.
Still look truly frustrated with life. Roberts again, just an audible shriek from the bowler there. Just, I can only assume, not happy with his length quite. Just dragged that a bit short, and again enabled the batsman to just exploit that by hitting it out to the boundary.
That's what that's it.
Good call.
Ooh, big shot from Dearden. That's going to be 6. That will be into the apartments. And we need a new ball after that one. was a huge six from Harry Dearden, almost like watchtower,
Yeah,
just to the left there, and they're all just having a look over, not being much help. They're all just kind of staring, seeing where it's gone.
I don't know whether that's owned by the cricket club. I'm not sure.
I wonder if it's an old pavilion.
Yeah, funny little building.
Good shot by Dearden again.
Mixed bag again, that over.
14 off it.
When pitched up like there, there was a couple of really decent balls in that over. He'll just be frustrated a couple where he's just dragged it a bit short or a bit wide, and again it's got the treatment as everything has throughout this innings.
Yeah, Chahal is going to come on. 2 over burst from him then. And he was very expensive in his first spell. 1 maiden, but went for 43 off his 6.
Yeah, well, with 2 from this Rio's 2.
Doesn't quite get enough on that Dearden, but he'll get a single. He'll go out Carroll against Chahal. That was a slower ball, but it was muscled away by Carroll.
Yeah, all the little inventions are coming out now from the bowlers, aren't they, as we move into these final few overs. Change of pace, change of length, anything just to try and throw the batsman off and create that element of surprise with the batsman trying to hit the ball to the boundary.
Yeah, Dearden was aiming for that house again there with that shot.
Yeah, he missed out a bit there. Not very often throughout the innings where you've had that bit of width and the ball's gone through to the keeper. Such an easy pace pitch.
Really wide delivery of that from Chahal as well. He's actually,
yeah, it was there to be hit, wasn't it?
yeah, but
So
he was also
often-
looking up to concede a wide. It was just within the cut strip. Slow delivery. Nicely swept away though. 4. Just didn't quite get that right, Chahal. He got the pace probably right, but not the direction. It was easy in the end, and you could tell it was a slow ball because it was swept away then by Dearden. He moves on to 25 off 17. Well, saying he's not the dasher, it'll be Carroll. It's what do I know? Roles reversal. Carroll's the one who's just chipping away at the runs, and Dearden's the one who's scoring quickly. But all of a sudden, the score's up to left.
Barely any kind of celebration from the Shropshire Passers as much as anything else. It's a dot ball, isn't it, at this stage of the innings, and that's the way you look at it. It's a ball without a run scored, which is all that matters, I suppose, at this stage. It was another one where he's just given that bit of width, and Dearden just hasn't quite been able to capitalise on it, similar to the one earlier in the over where he's missed it completely. He got something on that one, but just the toe end of the bat, and well taken, smart catch by the wicket keeper behind the stumps.
Yeah, Ben Lees with a smart catch there. It was travelling, and there's been a few where it's kind of gone past the wicket keeper, but he's done really well there to just grab that one. Brings Henry Dobson to the crease on his home ground here at
Shropshire will have to bat well, and somebody's going to have to play a really big innings, you feel, for the visitors to get this total. But there's no doubt it could have been higher.
Carroll then. Very little to strike, only 10 balls, but he has got 12 against Roberts. That's smacked away again, and good.
Hi, okay.
Just a single. I think it would have been cut off on the boundary if it had beaten the fielder. Again, Andre Bradford there at extra cover doing good work. from Shropshire. It's a fairly comfortable one.
Yeah, not sure what happened there. He just seemed to lose his footing for some reason. Can't really make too many excuses about the outfield. It looks pretty so. Seemed to lose it really well in the last few overs. He's just mixing it up, the lines, the lengths, the pace. Really kept the batsman guessing, and particularly with the wickets falling and new batsmen in at the crease. That's definitely been a factor, I think, in the way they've just been able to variety.
Shropshire players thought he dragged it on as well. It was in the air, it's gone for 6.
Yeah, I don't think that's what he intended at all. It just seemed to slip out of his hand. You don't want to be giving or bowling full tosses at this stage of the innings. I can only assume he was just trying to vary the pace or whatever. It just couldn't.
A welcome 6 runs as well as we approach the last over then.
Well, they're through 325. Probably going to fall somewhere between, well, almost certainly now going to fall somewhere between 325 and 350. I'm trying to push up towards that 340 mark in this final over. Both sides have had mixed feelings about it really. Cheshire might feel they probably could have got 30 more, but equally Shropshire will probably feel that they've got 30 or 40 more than they would have liked at the start of the innings. So
big shot from Carroll. Is that going to be out? Oh, is he?
Yeah,
stepped over, he's taken it.
Yeah, good catch.
Yeah, he was worried about stepping over, but yeah, Carroll with a big hit there, and fielder manages to take the catch and stay within the rope. And Chahal has a second wicket. It's going to be Will Valentine to go out and face the last 5 deliveries. Connor Marshall with the catch down there on the boundary.
So at this stage it's just about the dot ball as much as anything else. It's almost.
Valentine off the mark straight away. Waiting for a bang. Dobson smacked that away, and field out there, they're only going to take the 1.
Yeah, it's definitely busied up in the last hour or so, in a sense. It's just a few more people sat around us than there were, despite the fact that it's still quite a dreary day overall. At least, but I think we're going to get away without any rain, which is all you can really ask for, I suppose. But it certainly hasn't been as warm or as sunny as we would have probably liked. But
like I say, you just feel the sun breaks through a little bit, it'll be quite a pleasant day. It is brighter.
Again, good change of pace there, just did the batsman. We've done that well in the last throws of this Cheshire innings. I think the Shropshire bowlers really mixed it up, and I think as well with just new batsmen at the crease, always more difficult to pick up those variations of pace and length. Of the innings then coming up.
Yeah, just a 3 off this so far, so good last over from Chahal. He's dragged it back a little bit because his first spell wasn't best in the world. 252 for Chahal. A dot ball to finish. So there we go then. Shropshire will require 380 then to win this game, and like I say, I think Cheshire Field maybe left 30 runs out there.
Yeah, I think it'll be real mixed minimum of 350 for Cheshire really, and I think overall the home side will be pleased with the score. It's a really good score, and more often than not will probably be enough to win the game, but they'll definitely feel from where they were at the halfway stage that they would have wanted to have another 30. And I think if one of those 3 players for Cheshire who got runs and and scored 130, or even pushed up towards 150, you'd have put another 40 runs on the board without any problem at all. And you just saw towards the end of the innings when you start to lose wickets and new batsmen at the crease, and it was just harder for them, wasn't it, to pick up the variety in the bowling, and when you're trying to tee off from scratch is always more difficult when you haven't got your eye in, and that was ultimately probably the difference. But look, it's a very, very good score, and no doubt about it, Shropshire will have to bat well to win.
James Kettlebury's not out there. Northumberland 239 for 7 at Lincolnshire.
Bank holiday.
Johnny Bushnell 73 not out. 4 wickets for Nicholas Keast. He got a big 100 yesterday for Lincolnshire. So really conscious this weekend for them in Group 3. He top scored there. And 4 wickets for Rudge in that one. Wiltshire have been put into bat by Devon. 239 for 8. Tom Cheetah, who's opened the batting, looks like he might get a red inker with one over left. He's 122 not out. Really big opening stand with Jack Minot. But a bit like here, really. Devon have pulled it back to restrict Wiltshire to under 300, and then finally in Group 4, Wales 106 all out in the end. Cornwall have already started their reply. They're 14 without loss. I laugh because that'll be over pretty quickly. You feel? Nobody really got going for Wales. Top score there was 31. 3 wickets for Tottenham have elected to field Dorset. 37 for 3. Dorset, of course, the holders of this competition. We've just lost captain Luke Webb without scoring. So we'll be back with you for the second innings of the game, where Shropshire require 330 runs to win. So we'll be back with you in around 25 minutes' time. Take your pick.
Oh, lovely. Either's fine. I'll have whatever you don't want.
So, welcome back then to Oxton. Shropshire innings about to get underway then. Off the mark. Valentine of Alderley Edge. No sugar, thank you. People just starting to come back from the interval, fully refreshed. And that's pulled. Nice little. Luke Edwards with you in obviously. Also Steve Humbles this afternoon, as well as other people popping in and out.
Power play is going to be really important, you feel, isn't it, for Shropshire? This innings so important. They set the tone right in that first 10 overs. Cheshire had a wonderful power play, got off to a...
Andre Bradford was the mainstay of the innings yesterday, 84 I think. Theo Wiley batted down at 5, but he's opening the batting day with changes. It's Newton then, opening the bowling. It's a wide ball. And not the best start from Dan Newton, who had a bit of a shocker with the ball yesterday. Well, had a bit of a shocker in general. First baller, and then he went for 30.
Certainly had a good impact with the bat, that's for sure. He has half as good a time with the ball as he had with the bat, then Shropshire will be struggling, I would imagine. So we got them off to a flyer.
But you just saw there with Wiley's early boundary that it looks a good pitch to bat on. We said that. I mean, obviously you can't tell how good it is until both sides have batted. It's coming onto the bat nicely, don't you? See it again now. I mean, he's cleared that over for just a 4-1 bounce. But anything short is going, isn't it?
Yeah, all afternoon, almost without exception. I think we commented just a couple of times in the Cheshire innings where there was a bit of width and they missed out, but by and large, 9.5 times out of 10 it was going.
He's instant, smacks it over point this time. And Wiley's raced on to 13. Just 8 deliveries.
Wasn't so much through the infield as over the infield. That don't stand the wicket and got good elevation on it.
You feel the power play is key, don't you, in this situation? And again, nice shot, but this time he's hit it straight to the fielder. And interesting, Cheshire haven't overloaded the slip cordon like they did yesterday for Dan Newton.
Yeah, the power play is huge. And
That time he does beat the infield again for the boundary. He didn't ball, but that time he dissected the field. As I say, the power play is so important because Cheshire got off to fly with that, and then Shropshire have got to keep up the rate. I mean, the rate I don't think dipped below 6 at all, did it, in Cheshire's innings? So that's what Shropshire need to aim for, because yesterday Suffolk just let the run rate get too high. It was, even after the first sort of 3 or 4 overs, it was up to 8 and it just kept climbing. It's going to be a wide delivery.
tough first over this one for Annie Newton. 14 already conceded off it, including the one for that wide, and obviously an extra ball as well, so we still go on.
Well, the run rate required is 0.4. We're already on 10, so...
No,
It's a big shot towards the fielder who's out there, but he's not going to get in. It's another boundary. Another expensive over for Dan Newton. And Theo Wiley's in T20 mode here. He's 21 off 11 and he's just feeding on that. And 16 off the over. That's the biggest over of the match so far.
Yeah, terrific start for Shropshire. Entertaining start. Really going for the bowling in that opening over. Yeah, 25 on the board already, and we're only 2 overs into this Shropshire innings. So, very much a similar tone to what we had at the start of the Cheshire innings so far.
Get the feeling that Harry Chandler's going to be the more watchful of the two. With a proper defensive shot there, back to the bowler. I'll put a slip in place now. Alex Money there in that trademark floppy sun hat.
Going there, is it 21 not out after 2 overs? He could be in his ton by the 10th over if he carries that up.
You wonder where he's. I say he batted at 5 yesterday, and he promoted him up and bowled well as well. So he's been in the game, Theo Wiley.
Pace bowlers have found it hard though today.
Yeah,
Really hard. Pace on the ball has been disappearing to the boundary more often than not. And that's another wide. Probably stuff that continues. But yeah, you don't sense it'll be long. I'm sure they'll look to get through this power play, but it certainly won't be long, I'm sure, before Cheshire turn to their spin options. I don't know how many overs in the end Shropshire gave to spin, but it felt like probably a good 3/4 maybe went to slower bowlers, just taking the pace off the ball and making it a bit harder for the batsman at least to try and get the ball to the boundary.
lovely tea, thank you. Yeah. What I didn't notice was they put stuff out on the table for us, so I went round the buffet with my plate, and there's a plate already there and stuff we can put on, so I ended up doubling up.
Well, it's
Lovely
the only
cake,
way to
though.
do it at the buffet, isn't it? You always double up at the buffet.
Lovely cake as well. So I know you just brought your bit of
Very
chocolate cake
nice.
out.
Yeah, very nice indeed.
It's the highlight of the day usually, the tea, isn't it? Gone are the days though of like having scones and cream, and it's now just it's like a nice healthy buffet, isn't it?
Yeah. I went over to the second scene pitch over there in the distance. Had a bit of a wander around there.
Yeah,
This facility here at Oxton, I have to say, plenty of it's got the second scene pitch on site and decent facilities here in the pavilion. Some football on, I think, behind us in there. A few people probably watching this afternoon's game. Lots of football action, as you know.
Well, Wolves are on as well.
Yeah.
Wolves are on before. So it's
Tennis area away to our right hand side. Obviously very popular. Bank holiday course, lots of people with time on their hands.
yeah. If they're not Chester Zoo, that would just go quick, but maybe bowling just too fun. It was easy to get away.
Interestingly, not many of the Cheshire players out there in short sleeve shirts, are there? Dan Newton's the only one I can see.
Yeah.
Anybody else out there for Cheshire wearing short sleeve shirts? Can't see anyone.
Showing off his guns.
Probably that's it. Yeah. Probably tells you how cold it is. Doesn't
Yeah.
it? That nobody else is opting for the short sleeve.
I was talking to some guys at the team, they said it's definitely got, last 10 overs of the Cheshire Indians, they said it was getting colder.
Yeah.
But it's weird because it's got slightly brighter as well.
Again, a bit of width on that one.
So driven again by Wiley. Well, marshalled there by Harry Dearden. It's just a single.
Yeah, much better line there. Didn't give the batsman room to free his arms up, and equally a decent strike down through the V, straight back. Just a single though.
Better aggressive delivery there from Newton. Into the ribs of Chandler.
Decent crowd in there. Definitely filled up over the last hour and a half or so.
Oh, that's up over the air and just over the fielder in the end.
Maybe which direction he wanted. Unfortunate there, Shropshire.
You feel Theo Wiley's here for a good time, not a long time, don't you?
Yeah, it's definitely forward into the... See whether that continues, but... So,
He's finding on the toes a bit more, isn't he? Playing a miss there. First real false stroke from Wiley. Real waft at that one.
32 on the board off 4 overs. Good start in the round. Always got your eye on the scoring rate in this kind of scenario. You're chasing well over 6 and over to start with.
A little bit for Shropshire, don't wait, but I ain't got the comparison scorecard up today, so I can't really compare what it was at this stage, but we know after 25 overs it was 150 for 1, definitely, so that'll be a good benchmark when drinks come. Again, just nicely played by Chandler there.
I always wonder with these numbers on the shirts, number 74, Theo Wiley. I wonder where 74 comes from.
Yeah, I wonder why he's picked that one. Well, he's picked, and that is 1 bounce 4. Again, slightly short, and it just got the treatment.
Yeah, I didn't feel he didn't feel he quite middled it. It sounded a little bit tinny off the bat, but again, once you clear the infield, there's only one place that it's going. You've got enough on it to get it over the circle.
Bit of a swipe and a miss there.
And with him, he was a little bit more circumspect until he got going later in the inning.
Oh, and that's spat up, and there's a wild throw there, and fortunately there's somebody backing up. Really good delivery that from Will Valentine. Nice. Got a nice defensive shot, hasn't he, Harry Chandler?
Yeah, solid. Very solid.
We're going to have Wiley back on strike.
Yeah, Chandler yet to find the boundary, but it doesn't really matter when you've got Theo Wiley at the other end. Very much as we said with Perry and Newton at the start of the Cheshire innings, when you've got one player teeing off and scoring at such a fantastic rate, fine for the other just to play a bit of a foil and ideally get the other on strike as much as possible. Certainly had the majority of the strike so far.
He's looked a bit more in discomfort, Chandler, against Newton than Wiley has.
Yeah, Newton's just pegging that economy rate back there. He's going at in excess of 15 over at one point. He's got that economy rate down to about 10-ish.
Oh, edged and just past.
From Newton off a good length and just took the shoulder of the bat, I think, for Chandler. First boundary for him, but certainly didn't know too much about that one. Is that maybe something about the length, maybe?
Possibly.
Much fuller ball that time and driven nicely into the covers. Good shot for Nott.
See if we can get some from Shropshire on during his innings to join you. It's very, very pleasant surroundings.
Made sure they got a single for it. Brings Theo Wiley back onto strike. This is the final ball of Dan Newton's third over.
Driven away again, Kevin Carroll scampering after it. He leaves it. Fielder coming in there in front of the scoreboard and does the fielding, and good start here for Shropshire, 45 without loss after 5 overs.
Yeah, it's got a very similar feel to that first innings. You kind of
Now to smack it around a little bit. But yeah, you feel if Shropshire can continue like this and not lose wickets, oof, well, he was chasing after that one, but it could end up being quite a tight finish, this. Especially with, say, the likes of Andre Bradford, Tom Felter coming, we know can score big. The key for Cheshire yesterday was they got an early wicket as well. So
Then we don't even get money. I'm still the same.
yeah, it does make a big difference. You get early wickets, it really pegs the score back, particularly when you're chasing a total as competitive as this one.
just be a single.
Bit of blue sky in the distance there. Haven't seen too much of that today.
Yeah.
A wisp of blue, that blue sky in the distance in between the clouds. Very cloudy
Sunglasses
day
are back
overall.
on though, it's a bit brighter again now.
Yeah, very cloudy overall, but definitely a hint of somewhere behind the clouds.
You imagine, I'm sure some of the Shropshire contingent might correct me, but you imagine he's a shoo-in for the 3-day side, Harry Chandler, with his defence.
Over the infield. Certainly not afraid to play his shots.
Nice shot by Wiley. Alex Money couldn't stop that one. He may have got a hand on it, but it still races away to the boundaries. We've seen all day long, but yeah. And when you've seen it like he is as well, then you don't want to be half volume on, do you? One more added.
Again, the power. Really, 52 already. We're only 7 overs in. So, Shropshire scoring in excess of 7 and over at the moment. Yeah, we need to be scoring at 6.5, so they're already ahead of the rate, and obviously maintaining that over the duration is the key for them.
I think it was slightly slowed down when he was looking to pull it Wiley and just had a slow start in that final against Dorset and then made a decent total, but Dorset knocked it off, I think, for the last 2 wickets. That's in the air and sliced away and a false shot from Wiley, but he gets 4.
Yeah, there were a couple like that so far, but what is it this? In that situation, he flashed hard, and that's exactly what he did. Behind it, he just had enough pace and power to take it away from the fielder, even though he was never really in control of the shot. And again, in this power play situation where you've got all the fielders in, if you can just get it up and over or through, you're pretty much guaranteed a boundary.
Yeah, Kevin Carroll, he's the third man. He's just been brought into now short third point region. Playing a miss there. It's always a bit after the horse is bolted, isn't it? You know, when you bring a fielder in there, because 9 times out of 10 they don't play that shot
But on the boundary. So, but yeah, I take your point. In general, yes.
Shot again. Advanced down the track that time to Newton.
Yeah, beautiful.
Slapped it through the covers.
Beautiful footwork. Just dropped it a fraction shorter, and Wiley read it superbly, danced down the wicket, and then that cross.
43 after just 28 deliveries.
This is the thing when you have somebody like this playing, if it's 20 overs of him,
Yeah.
and Shropshire will be well on the way to knocking these runs off.
Yeah, they've broken the back of the total, haven't they? Again, wickets will be key. Yeah, crowd's really building up. It was a slow burner crowd-wise, wasn't it? But all in now. Wiley advancing there, but that time controlled his shot. Poor old Dan Newton's got some tackle the last couple of days. 38 off his 4 so far. For 9 that last over.
I feel the key for this game for Shropshire will be having somebody who can go and get 100. That for me is the real benchmark. If you look at the Cheshire innings, the one thing it lacked was somebody going on and getting a 100, scoring 100, 120. You had 3 players who all got great starts and all got out in and around 50 to 70 or in that kind of region. And that could be the key, could be the difference between these sides. If one of these players for Shropshire, whether it's Wiley or whoever, can
A chance.
just playing a perfect foil at the moment, really. Harry Chandler. I mean, what's that? 13 now, I think, off 19 for him. And Wiley 45 off 31. So Chandler's just quite happy while Wiley's playing this way, and he knew that he's in. He's quite happy just to rotate the strike, get Wiley facing as much of the bowling as possible. Perfect foil.
Just the one boundary for Chandler, and that was the edge, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, off the shoulder of the bat. It was a bit fortunate.
Clip away by Wiley, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, it's a good partnership at the moment. Good bit of balance, really, between the two. Left and right, one hitting, one quite content to nurdle the strike and rotate the strike as much as possible. It's working well.
You feel that spin will imminent once it gets to 10 overs. Yeah, with big heave ho.
Yeah, very much so. We saw exactly the same in that first innings, didn't we? Shropshire couldn't get the spinners on quickly enough, really. I think it's after 9 overs, maybe they got the spinner on. I've got a feeling that the spinner came on for the 10th over. I could be wrong. But just to take the pace off the ball and easy pace wicket.
Yeah.
For the quicks.
And Cheshire again, a bit like Shropshire.
Last ball of the over coming up.
Definitely getting a lot sunnier. Oh, well, first real shot in anger from Chandler there, who's looking to hit that towards Liverpool Airport, I think.
Yeah, it seemed to play all around that one. Yeah, a bit out of character based on what we've seen in the opening 9 overs.
Wasn't that far from the stumps either.
Batsmen have a bit of a chat in the middle, but for me this is fairly self-explanatory at the moment, really. Just give Wiley as much of the ball as possible. I guess now and indeed Cheshire are doing exactly, I think, what Shropshire did, aren't they? You've got the change of bowling now, I think.
Harry did, and he's coming on. He took 3 wickets in that 10 overs as well, so I think he's a bit of a miss for them today in terms of his variation. Here he's did.
This will be the next key stage of the game, really. If you think when Shropshire put the slow bowls on, Cheshire did a great job of just manipulating the strike and rotating the strike and hitting the bad ball for 4. See how Shropshire get on. 10 4s in that, so yeah, huge percentage.
A bit like Dan Newton, he's not running, is he?
Yeah, very much so. I'd say it's uncanny how similar the 2 innings are at the moment. I haven't got the exact comparison, obviously, to do the comparison, but you feel like it's pretty much exactly the same as he gets another 4. Yeah, I don't know what Cheshire were after 9 or after 10, but probably not too dissimilar to this, I would imagine. Dump's just turned it off his legs.
There we go.
2.
So Cheshire were 55 without loss at this stage, so Shropshire well ahead in a minute.
Interesting.
Which
Very
backs up on the run rate. Still 7.7. And again, that's a big one. That is 6.
Yeah, it's
Probably his best one, that as well. He's just smoked that over extra colour, hasn't he?
It did. It's almost a carbon copy of what we saw in the first innings so far.
I think it just shows what a good pitch it is to bat on, though. There wasn't many wicket-taking deliveries in the Cheshire innings. It was more with them trying to up the rate, wasn't it? They were caught out.
Very circumspect defensive prod of the over, quite keeping with an over that went for, what was that, 17, that first over for Harry did, including the dot at the end.
Spreading out.
Yes, they've immediately stuck 2 back behind the wicket keeper here, long off and long on. Sorry, a fine leg from the third man, and we've got somebody out on the mid-wicket boundary as well, and there's someone out on the cover. People definitely starting to spread, so we'll see how the Shropshire batsmen adapt for the slightly more defensive field.
Wiley on strike again then.
Yeah, he's played and missed a few times, hasn't he? He's had a few. That's probably the 4th or 5th time he's done that. But Shropshire won't mind that. I don't think they'll be quite happy with him continuing to chance his arm a little bit. Cheshire are just looking for that nick. I'd like to see the back of Theo Wiley, who's raced to 63 off.
Shot by Chandler. This real aggressive drive from him there. Just playing the foil at the minute to Theo Wiley.
Yeah, it was a really nice strike from him there. Again, good shot
For one.
But again, from Shropshire's point of view, it's good. Keep the strike moving. Keep
Yeah, like
picking up
Cheshire,
singles.
left-hander,
Yeah,
right-hander.
Absolutely, yeah.
Moves the field around, doesn't it? Somebody just strolling in front of the sight screen. It's like the phone's going off at the snooker, isn't it?
Oh,
You
it's
think
been
he'd-
horrendous, hasn't it? You and I went last week, turned my phone off.
Yeah, I had it on silent
I
anyway.
mean,
but
most, I don't know, but surely as a minimum, just stick it on silent.
yeah,
Can't get your head around it, can you?
but that's similar to somebody who's walking in front of the sight screen, just not being aware of the surroundings. It's all flicked away close to Alex Money. Fielder's going to just about cut that off, is he? No, he hasn't. He's failed to cut it off, and Harry Chandler does get a genuine boundary this time. Nice little flick off the legs.
I never thought that was going to get to the boundary. Bit of a bonus that for Shropshire. Thought the fielder would have cut that off. Taking a fresh guard there.
He did, and back on. 17 from his first over. Fuller delivery, quicker delivery. Still well dealt with by Wiley. Oh, that's straight to Alex Money gone. It came first time he's really come around the wicket, and Chandler, looking to go over the top, has chipped it, and a simple catch for Alex Money, and Shropshire lose the first wicket on 89.
Yeah, just never quite seemed to get to the pitch of the ball there, did he? Don't know whether it was. Not sure whether it was a change of length that did him, or just a misjudgment. Hard to tell from over here, but just seemed to misjudge the flight slightly. Ended up kind of hitting it on the up, and it was always rising with a mid-off in there. That was always likely to end up in a dismissal, and it was a comfortable catch
I think it
in
came
the end.
onto him a bit quicker than he thought as well. Like,
Yeah,
so he got onto it
possibly.
slightly early.
Possibly. Definitely didn't get to the pitch in the way that he wanted to, and consequently couldn't get over the top of the ball at all.
First time he tried to hit the ball up the top, Chandler, as well.
It was.
He's been very watchful, hasn't he?
Yeah. Well, I say it could just be he was trying to play it along the ground, but because he misjudged it so badly, or because it was on him before he knew it, he just couldn't get over the top of it. And it was a comfortable catch in the end for Alex Money.
Yeah, safe pair of hands, Alex Money there, who's never dropping that one. Brings Tom.
See how the wickets just changed the course of the game. Felt towards the end of the Cheshire innings, the wickets really seemed to sap a bit of the energy out of them to a certain extent, really drag back the scoring rate as they tend to, and that'll be the hope for Cheshire here, much as Shropshire have had a fantastic start and obviously scoring at a terrific rate. Definitely feel there's no onus on Theo Wiley to hang around for as long as he can and really capitalise on this start that he's given to both himself and the team.
Sal went in. Bit more air there from Dearden.
Keeps the strike there, pitches a single off the last ball of the over. So Fell will retain the strike.
Fell will just drop anchor here, I think, and let Wiley continue on for now. I think he's experienced enough to know that Wiley's in and seen it like the beach ball that it is. And
Yeah, you feel that should be the game plan for as long as Wiley's in, really. No need for a partner at the other end to take any unnecessary risks, particularly when he's striking the ball as well as he is. Obviously, game plan will change as and Theo Wiley is dismissed, but while he's there and scoring at such a fantastic strike rate, 66 off 43 now for Theo Wiley, 11 fours and 1 6.
Ben Leeds is going to come and join us, Steve, so I'll let you have a chat with him very shortly when he rocks up. Wicket keeper, of course. If you lose a flurry of wickets, he might not be with you too long, but yeah, I'll let you have a little Shropshire chat amongst yourselves. Oh, that's a cracking shot from Fell, aggressive shot. I think it would have taken the hand of the fielder off there at extra cover. Jag got something on it. Beautifully drilled through the covers there. Isaac Brooks is a new bowler. Spin from both ends. Mind you, I said before about I think Perry might just Fell's experience when he bats. Even at T20, he doesn't go for the big shots. He just works the ball around, doesn't he? And whenever I've seen him bat about 4 or 5 times now. It always impressed me. Always gets a good score. Spent a good few years at Worcestershire as well.
Yeah, it's always been a productive link up that with Worcester, 5 to 10 seasons or so.
As we talked about yesterday, I mean, it's such a good standard of cricket. I mean, you get players who aren't playing for the counties who come and play. It's not like last year, for example, Dorset had Felix Organ playing for him, and he's playing for Hampshire. He, alongside his commitments at Hampshire as well, he turns out for him. So you've got that pro, but you've also got the ex-pro as well. You know, people looking like.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity. I mean, as well as obviously the players that to progress in the game. It's a good opportunity for players who maybe had to drop out the first class game for one reason or another to get themselves back in. I think there's a few over recent years who've done that by performing well in national counties cricket and forced their way back.
As I said yesterday, Shropshire is the big example of that one. He was turning out for Buckinghamshire and ended up obviously getting his move to Somerset, now at Derbyshire.
What are your thoughts at the moment?
Yeah, it's been quite a nice start, really. I think it was very much one of those where I think it's quite a free scoring ground, as we saw kind of from the Cheshire lads early doors and kind of, I suppose, consistently throughout their innings. So it'll be nice to watch these lads keep on batting for a bit more of a longer period. So I'll have to put them on, but that'll be nice. So yeah, no, happy, all good at the moment.
What were your thoughts on the total? Because at the halfway stage, 150 for one, I was thinking you might be chasing 350, maybe even 375. You seem to peg it back pretty well in the second half.
I think we did quite. Yeah, I think we did quite nicely. I think obviously they got on, but no, yeah, it was a good score. It's quite. You know, you're looking at it now and you think it's quite a big open space, but the ball is flying around here, there, and everywhere, and it was quite a quick outfield and there's a few short boundaries that you can target. So I think potentially we pegged it back quite nicely, but I suppose we'll see later on.
Like the other end, just kind of rotating the strike.
Yeah, when we've been fortunate enough to have him, he's been playing for. That's a good shot.
That's a terrific hit. That's 6, isn't it? Yeah, just cleared the rope. 6 for Tom Felt. That's 100 up as well for Shropshire. So 104 for the loss of 1. Fell moves on to 13. Wiley 68 from 46. Yeah, and he's not been afraid to play his shots at all.
No, he hasn't. And I've known him ever since I was probably about 15, 16, because I was fortunate I went to school with him. He's a couple of years below me, and that's kind of how he was kind of a left-arm seamer, so he's changed on that front. And batting-wise was very much kind of almost in his shell quite a lot. And then kind of towards the back end of the school years, he's started to be a bit more positive, a bit more aggressive. But when he's played for us, he's been batting 5. So I think it's a change that there is a fair bit of risk involved, I suppose. But you know, he's doing quite nicely and taking his risk quite well. So they've been quite calculated so far. So fingers crossed he can keep on going and kick on.
Yeah, we said the one thing that probably held Cheshire back was nobody really went on to get a big score. They had an 80, a 70, a 60, I think, in there. But I suppose from your perspective, that would be a long way.
Definitely, yeah. It's like when you're chasing 300, you do tend to need someone that's going to score you, you know, and is there at the end, because it just makes it a whole lot easier. Which obviously potentially would have been a bit nicer to have someone set at the end, just to try and kick on and potentially push them up to that kind of 350, 360.
106 for 1. Single there for Fell brings Wiley back onto strike. It's been a conscious decision for both sides then to go to spin pretty early. Is that just such a fast outfield?
A little bit. I mean, we've been slightly hindered this weekend just down to a couple of injuries and a couple of kind of with our seamers. Sorry. So we did have a couple more seamers when the side got announced on Tuesday, but a few dropouts over the weekend just down to injuries. So played into our hands over the last couple of years, and something that we're quite happy doing, and we're used to. So yeah, it's nice, and it also means you can kind of creep up on the bats and not score too many. So I suppose it's something that we've worked on and we've looked at, but I suppose, yeah, as I said, slightly hindered this weekend just down to the lack of seamers that we I suppose had available.
Ended that over there from Durden, 108 for 1. Yeah, it's been a hectic weekend. I imagine you're playing club cricket, no doubt, on Saturday.
Yeah.
And obviously the game yesterday. It brings its challenges, I imagine.
It certainly does. Yeah, just have to learn and deal with. We've been fortunate enough not to travel too big of a distance, so we've got off slightly lightly, I suppose. But it's always nice playing as much cricket as you can, really. So.
Which is probably all Shropshire need to do at the moment. Well ahead of the run rate. Well, say well ahead of the run rate. It's about in line, isn't it? About 6.5, which is pretty much where they need to be. Yeah, what was the talk in the dressing room at the halfway stage? You set targets? Do you have a rough target where you want to be at the halfway point?
No, not really. I think we thought it was going to be quite a high scoring encounter. I think initially we were probably looking at 300 after kind of the first 10, keep them under that, and then the Cheshire lads made it look easy at times, really. So like that, and learned a fair bit from how they played. So yeah, we were 330.
So was it a late buy, I think, probably? signal the leg bites. Something on it. Look right on the boundary across the game.
There's been a couple like that today. It looked like potentially it might have just stuck ever so slightly, and I think he potentially might have been slightly through it. He definitely didn't catch it, I know that, but yeah, it's a bit of a shame.
Yeah, you could see that fielder there, I think it was Dobson, Henry Dobson out there, was just wary of his footing because he was to clear the boundary rope. 111 for 2 then, Shropshire with the 4 lap wicket. And Andre Bradford comes
Really, 84 not out. I think he got on a difficult pitch. So no, he's very keen in our batting. Has been for the last kind of 3-4 years as he's been playing. So yeah, he's doing okay at the moment, but I suppose, or hopefully not in my perspective, but yeah, no, we like to say that we bat deep. We can, and, you know, kind of wash is always gives you a bit of interest and eases press slightly, but you know, on a chase like this, you know.
off 53, fantastic strike rate. He'll take a single there as well. I think the batsmen have done pretty well is just keep rotating the strike round, which I guess is important, particularly when you're having to score at 6.5, 7.
Just to try and manipulate things in your favour slightly, but yeah, singles and ones and twos definitely. There's a few pockets actually that we noticed. There's a few pockets around the ground where you can.
Field it pretty much gets to the boundary.
It has felt that way. I think batters are getting their rewards, which is always nice.
Just good fielding there. Good shot for none. And 13 for 2 now. Shropshire here. It's Isaac Brooks. And he's 4th over here for Cheshire. Have you got much continuity between the 3-day side and the 1-day side? Are you a fairly settled team, or do you have quite a now?
Yeah. Work for some lads can be slightly challenging. I think we're lucky that we've got a few lads that work in schools and kind of have those summer holidays off. We like to say we've got quite good continuity, but also unfortunately getting 8 days off in the summer, and potentially if you're having to use your holiday allowance for it, it can be slightly challenging. So it's one of those you're kind of a little bit stuck. Yeah, long we've got
Sunday, Monday. Now you've got the Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, so it's an extra day that you've got to take off work
definitely.
as well.
And yeah, I think there used to be. I don't know how many years ago there was, but I think there used to be 6 of them. As well.
That's right. Yeah.
Potentially, maybe change when it got renamed to the NCCA instead of the old MCCA. But I think there were 6, which I can only imagine could be quite difficult to get the time off for 12 days, let alone 8. But it's a format that we've always enjoyed as a you know, kind of county. We get well supported, especially on those days as well, which is nice. So.
Andre Bradford moves on to 9. Shropshire on to 123 for 2. And it is Harry Dearden who's continuing for Cheshire. He's in his 6th over now, 2 for 36. It was a good strike that though from Bradford, so a good sign of intent from him. Just take a single for that one. And just waited for him. Archer might the boundary as well. In fact, has just racing. The first ball, that outfield just looks from here absolutely lightning. Once you get any kind of connection on it at all.
I think if you're a fielder and it goes past you, you're going to struggle, unfortunately.
Yeah, definitely been the case throughout the game. Field change here for Cheshire by the looks of things, putting another man over to the offside ring in the inner circle. Bradford takes the opportunity to utilise that gap on the onside, and through they go for a single, 128 for 2. $76. Yeah, why? Been a bit more circumspect probably the last 20 minutes. Is that probably a sign he recognises the importance of staying out there?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's, he's obviously got off to a flying start. So I think it's potentially one of those where don't need to take as many risks. It's obviously slightly harder with the power play being over now, or with 10 overs into the second power play. So, but forming out, it's slightly harder to justify taking those risks. And I think if you can keep on knocking it around and put the you're going to be there or thereabouts. So I think he might have just slightly gone back into a shell, but there's no other signs behind it.
No. I'd say that. He's gone for that one, but didn't get any connection on it. And there's no run. 129 for 2. It's a decent shot. Good shot for 1. Sweeper out on the offside boundary, so just a single there. 130 for 2. Another airplane goes ahead, presumably heading in or out of Liverpool Airport, I would imagine. A sweep from Bradford that picks the fielder out. They have to be premeditated, don't they, these reverse sweeps? You tell me, they always look premeditated from the sideline.
I mean, it's never a shot that I've been very, not only comfortable on playing, but I've never, it's very hard to not premeditate a reverse sweep. And I think if you're not premeditating it, you might be going the old-fashioned way and using the back of the back, so I don't think you won't have enough time to change your hands over to get the face of the bat right.
Wiley moves on to 77. Dearden continuing from this pavilion end. A bit of a faster one that. He just pushed that through. Slightly surprised Bradford, I think, the pace there. Seemed to be on him before he knew it. Confident appeals from the bowler, but not really from anybody else. Wicketkeeper didn't seem interested there. What's he doing for the umpire? Forward defensive there from Bradford, and left to come. 2 for 47 so far. He's got. And that is the end of the over. Yeah, not much in it at the moment. I remember the halfway stage of the Cheshire innings, it was exactly 150 for 1. So run rate. Having lost the 2 wickets as opposed to the 1 that Cheshire lost. But then again, Cheshire did lose quite a number of wickets late on in the innings.
Yeah, I think it's a ground which you...
Something on that, is that buys? Again going for that reverse sweep, and he's given runs, I think, so I think he got something on it. Hard to tell from here, wasn't it, what that kept?
I think he played it too early. He's actually hit it after he's meant to play the shot. He's hit it behind. He's hit it kind of after.
Well, 4 runs in the scoreboard. $83 now for Wiley. Bradford on 18. Smart single there for Shropshire. Comfortable enough, although in the end, like, he was scrambling in a little bit, but I don't think he was ever in too much danger. That's the end of another over for Brooks. 23 gone then, 141 for 2. Yeah, Wiley definitely just looking happier at the moment, but understandably. What, in excess of 6 and over? Andre Bradford on strike at the start of this next over for Harry Dean, who continues his 8th over. If they might be looking to bowl him out possibly at this end, they'll only have 2 left after this one. Single taken there to take the score to 142. When are you down on the card to?
I'm 7.
7.
So I've got a little bit of time yet, which is nice. Let's go, so yeah, I'm a lot more relaxed about it. And never really been a nerves watcher, unless it gets down to the wire and it gets quite tight, then maybe a little bit of nerves come in, and I'm probably not so good at watching it then. But throughout the majority, okay.
Again, Wiley onto the back foot there and just punches that one into the onside for a single. 143 for 2. 2 balls of this Harry Dearden over to come.
Yeah.
Only 1 over after this, and we'll be at the halfway stage. Nicely pushed into the offside for another single. So the 2 teams are going to be pretty much so at this point. You have to say, Cheshire fell away. That wouldn't be the right way to put it. They probably didn't crash on in the second half of the innings. Definitely. Give you some encouragement that you're well up in the race at the halfway.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think it's a lot. It's quite easy ground to take it forward.
Of course, it's always the worry in these situations. It's finally got the set batsman, and I think that was possibly the problem for Cheshire a little bit as well in the second half of that innings. Once they started to lose wickets, it's harder, isn't it, for the batsmen who aren't set to come in
definitely,
and start moving the ball along. Change of bowling, by the way, for Cheshire. So Daniel Wilson has come on for his first over. Again, though, they've gone for the slow option.
Sorry, guys.
And 44 for 2. The single though, punched into the offside by Bradford, so Wiley will be on strike for the final ball of the over. A single there to the offside boundary. I think you said earlier as well, the other thing with so many overs being bowled by slow bowlers is the overs fly by.
They do.
They really do.
Yeah.
You look at the board and before you know it, 5 overs disappeared.
Correct. Yeah, correct. Can be slightly challenging when spinning's around. Because I suppose you do slightly lose track of that. But
6 for 2. So yeah, pretty much parity really. And fair to say the game is intriguingly poised as we move towards the final quarter of this one. Tough one to call at the moment. As Luke spills his coffee down, I probably shouldn't say that on air, but I feel like I should out you for throwing your coffee all over you.
Yeah, sorry, I went to put my cup down and squeezed it and the top flew off. Fortunately, most of it's on the floor and not on me, so yeah. Anyway, there we go. Tap. He's going well, Theo, isn't he?
Yeah, he's doing nicely.
Look at the other game in this group then. Cumbria 106 for 5, chasing 199 to win. It's off 24. So we'll be heading for drinks there. Drew Prosselthwaite is 24 now. Brilliantly named Maximus Winskill is 45 now. I feel that to get one of those two then could
The Sunday before,
last Sunday, yeah.
at Bridge North.
It's quite well poised this group at the minute, isn't it?
Yeah, I was. To be fair, I was just thinking it through in my mind. I think I don't know how Cheshire won all their games so far. I want to say they have.
Yes, if they win today, I think qualify for
Yeah.
run rate as
Correct.
well.
Yeah.
So
So if anything, if we were to go over the line here, then I think it opens.
down at Ampville and Lincolnshire 8-1 for 3 in reply to Northumberland's 2-6-1 for 9. Nicholas Keasty got 100 yesterday, only made 20 today. Back underway with Harry Dearden. Nice bit of fielding.
No inkling, but funny enough, a few mates of mine at the cricket club yesterday, they were turning around from the sideline, they were saying, almost sense when an umpire's going to give it or not give it. Watching from sideline, you don't actually know what's actually happened. You can always have a slight inkling as to what's happened.
Well, that's nicely driven, that's 4. Yeah, beats the fielder. Theo Wiley moves on to 89, to the highest run scorer in the match, and he's now only 11 away from a well-made 100. He batted at 5 yesterday, but he's come in and just looked
he
it.
did, yeah. So I think realistically, especially in white ball cricket, he is an opener. But I think especially over the last few years, we've been pretty set at the top of the order. So he's fielding at 5s, but I think it'll be a welcome change for him. Really. And he's taken his chance quite nicely. It's precise work time.
Another single to the total. Herefordshire 67 for 2 after Hertfordshire made 176 for 8 off their for 3. Of course, runners up in this competition, aren't you?
Yeah, we were last year. Yeah, got lost to Dorset at the final at Chester Bolton Hall. So yeah, it's a competition that, especially last year, we did really, really well. But hoping to see if we can replicate it even better this year. But time will tell, I suppose.
First result, Oxfordshire and Dorset, they had a late start. Dorset all out in 34 overs though, 120 all out, so Oxfordshire favourites for that one, you feel? And we're up to date with all the scores currently. If another wicket goes on, I'll let you head off.
It's okay.
Dan Wilson is bowling. Oh, that's a bit of a misfield there, a bit of a scruffy bit of fielding. Yeah, feel free to head off whenever you want.
Yeah, we'll do. No, of course.
But yeah, it's going to be a tight finish here. I mean, the only difference in it is 1 wicket, really.
Yeah.
In terms of runs, it's more or less the same. That win was massive for you yesterday, though, just getting over that line, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was massive. It was a tricky pitch, and we probably let him get slightly too many in the first instance, but then potentially, looking back on it, we potentially might have been a little bit on the par, but yeah, we were very much digging ourselves into a hole that we had to dig back out of in the end, which Thankfully we did, thanks to Andre,
Yeah.
with an 84 not out, which was superb really. It was match winning on a pitch which was tricky for a lot of people that batted on it.
We
He hit a 6 and then was it?
got a fourth the last. Didn't we?
Yeah,
One off one,
so I
didn't
think
you?
he went 6 then 2 and then
He kept Ben Roberts off strike,
he
didn't
did,
basically?
yeah, which is probably for the best. Probably for the best, but no, yeah, he timed it quite nicely. And there's just something about us playing at Sheffield that it always goes down to the last ball. It happened in the semi-final last year, actually, funny enough, against Suffolk. We were in the last ball and it was Andre again, funny enough, they got so far. Get down.
Played there, it's gone for 4. Split the fielders. And that is Andre Bradford. Sweeping there. Guys at the shot, Tom Fell played. It wasn't the best
At all as how we would have hoped, so.
comparison. It's, so Cheshire was slightly ahead with 1 wicket less, who were 9 runs better off at this stage. So again, tight stuff. Just needs 1 big over.
No more sports hall for you. Sports hall played off the ground now.
Is it a good pitch for the bat on there? Is it a good pitch for the bat on there? For a lot of runs, the spinners. But it looks like as soon as if you time
Spinners have done well to peg things back here and there.
when it's like that though, you know, when it's 180 for 1 and you're thinking it's a good pitch. That's when we get in. Are you demoralised? Are you thinking, do you know what, this is a good pitch? We couldn't chase anything because it's a good pitch.
I think so. I think we've seen it. Looking at it, you know, you look here and you think it's a big space, but it's actually quite a quick scoring ground. I think you get a lot of value for your shots. If you beat the fielders, most of the time it's in the gap and beating the fielder, then most of the time it's going for 4 or it's going for a boundary. So I think you get value for it.
Or bowled him. Just bowled him round his legs, I think, going for a sweep shot.
Okay, just remember, bowlers on.
Yeah, I was just praising how calm he is in the crease.
I know,
And then
I
he's
know.
a bit of a wild one from Andre Bradford there, but he's gone, yeah.
Slightly around his legs, but no, that's me having to put the kit on.
Yeah.
So no.
Thanks for joining.
No worries at all, anytime.
Cheers. So, yeah, out he goes, bowled by Dan Wilson. So the match-winning hero of yesterday is gone. They'll be pleased with that one, Cheshire. Yeah, bowled right round the legs. It was a full one. Just missed it. So he's out for 32. Off.
You got to go lap down the field and everything to my ball. I'm not doing that.
I again. Okay.
So, Amrinder, batsman. Cheshire's way slightly now. He was really economical. Edged through. Third man. Just do the fielding. I commentated Kirsty's Andre Bradford, Steve, because I was like, as I was saying to Ben about, he's always really calm at the crease, and then he just basically played all round one, didn't he?
Yeah, I was just looking at the, as I said,
I think
Mike,
that wicket.
I have that feel that the run rate is just starting to drop.
Well, it has now.
And just looking, it's 5.6,
Yeah.
required rate 8.1, so that is starting to become a bit of a concern.
It was a massive wicket that as well, because Bradford was a hero yesterday, and you just feel, even though the runs are quite close together, Cheshire had wickets in hand at this stage. There was 9 runs difference just before that wicket, so yeah, that could be a key turning point, that wicket.
Yeah, just boundaries have just dried up a fraction, relatively to earlier in the innings and to the Cheshire innings. Do at any stage in the innings, nobody went on and got 100 plus. Well, you feel if Shropshire are going to win this game, surely Theo Wiley's got to go on and score.
Differences,
120, 130 from here.
Differences picks up. He's got to have the partners around him. He needs somebody to get like a 50 or 60 around him. At the minute, it's only 20 and 30s, isn't it? So, I mean, you look at Tom Fells 16, Harry Chandler 18, Andre Bradford. Amrit Bra taking guard. Big shot that is, and it's underneath Kevin Carroll, who takes a comfortable catch in the end. Those red shoes, distinctive there as he tumbles backwards. He can't catch.
Yeah, worrying for Shropshire now. I'd say last 15 minutes or so. At the halfway stage, it felt pretty even. I think overall there wasn't a lot.
Well, there's 4 runs in it. Drinks, wasn't there?
Yeah, just the 1 wicket difference. But I just get the feeling now that with those couple of quick wickets and the rate definitely dropping, you really sense that it's starting to get away from them a little bit here. Worrying times, I would say, for the Shropshire. Certainly not irretrievable. Imagination, but yeah, I definitely feel as though Cheshire are just starting to take a grip on this game, and Shropshire are going to have to try and wrestle back a bit of initiative in the next 5 or 10 overs or so if they're to prevail in this one.
Well, I say at the start 6.4 nil, they were up at 8, and it just needed to stay around 6, didn't it? And at the minute it's just under 6, and now it's now gone up to 8, the run rate required, because they've lost the wickets.
Yeah.
I mean, Harry Dearden came on, and I think he went for, was it 18 in his first over? And even though he's gone for 64, he's taken wickets, hasn't he? And certainly the other spinners have done the job in the Cheshire innings. He's off the mark straight away, but yeah, Brow will be disappointed with that one. He didn't really get any purchase on it. It just kind of looped up in the air, didn't he? And we were right and behind it. And I mean, Carroll made a bit of a meal of it into a dive forward, didn't he? But
I think it was probably a shot again that wasn't really there to be hit, and he's just picked out the fielder, unfortunately. But sure, that's what happens when the rate starts to get away from you. You start to maybe play shots that you wouldn't ideally be playing, although he's played that terrifically well, and that's a fantastic reverse sweep.
Taking him on to 99. Yeah, saying about the reverse. He's played that well. But he's the only one, I mean, it's been a pretty chanceless innings from him, really.
Yeah, it's been interesting.
Ben was saying he normally opens the batting, but because they've had such a good sort of plethora of open bats, he's down at 5, but he's got the opportunity and he's taking advantage of that. Here he is then on 99. Doesn't take take advantage of that full toss.
I think he has been pretty much chance free. He played and missed a few times. Probably 3 or 4 occasions where he's played and missed, but I don't think he's given a catch at any point during the inning. And right side of a runner ball.
Yeah, well,
His importance to this innings just gets more and more pronounced with every passing over, really, doesn't it, from Shropshire's point of view? Although I take your point that they need somebody as well just to play around him a little bit here and take some of the pressure off him.
if you get somebody in with a quick 50, they're back in it.
He's definitely starting to drift in Cheshire's favour, and like I said, that's not to say it can't switch back again quickly, because of course it can. Shropshire have a good 5 overs or so, but it's definitely just started to move in Cheshire's direction. Work for Shropshire to do.
Nice little clip away there.
Possibly the nicest part of the day.
Yeah, sun's broken out. Dobson then. As you can see, wow, he was nearly chopped on 99 there, but he does get through for his century in the end. Off 9.
Yeah, definitely a false stroke, but it's in the scorebook. And it's been a fantastic 100 for Theo Wiley. Shropshire off to a wonderful start, giving them a real chance in this game. Had to get a good start, had to get a good platform. Giving them
We dropped it. Marshall driving that one. It was dropped at gully and through the hands there. Big chance.
See you later. Let me know about that.
Yeah, it was a sharp chance.
Yeah, he's just hurt himself as well. I think he didn't quite have a great view of it. The umpire was just in my eye line, so I couldn't see it. But
Yeah,
you
well-
can see he's wringing his hand there. He's stung his finger or his palm. I'm not
Yeah,
sure, but
the other
definitely-
batsman really would have been on the wall for Shropshire. As you say, if somebody can just stick in with Wiley and just get that run rate up slightly, they've got a chance. Oh, he's done it again and again. He's dropped it, but that was a harder chance that time. Pushed it over the bar. But again, driving Marshall there and getting away with it.
That would have been, to be fair, that would have been a remarkable catch if he'd held on to it. He really hit that hard. I mean, the previous one was hit hard, but it was more or less straight.
Really well, and he's thumped that over extra cover for 4.
Yeah, terrific shot.
Yeah, it's 9 off that over then, including 2 wides. So it was an 8 ball over there from Henry Dobson.
Just need to make sure, really, that requires, or it can get away from you quite quickly.
Dan Wilson back on then.
Yeah, I think that's him. Is it him who took the? Or
Oh,
missed
yeah,
the
he's
catch?
shaking his hands there,
really
isn't he?
struggling with his.
Yeah,
his
he's-
hand. I don't know if he's.
Just get that run rate up towards, if they can get it up towards 7 and somebody can stick around with him, because Cheshire didn't really get away those last 10 overs like we expected them to, did we?
No, I was saying to Ben, that was the intriguing thing about it. The scores, it was so closely matched at the halfway stage. Cheshire didn't really crash on in that second half.
It's a better shot for Marshall. He's got hold of that one and that's going to be 4, and that's a boundary that, as I say, needed in support of Wiley. He's had a couple of lives as Connor Marshall, but he struck that one nicely. He was on to 10. Over with 1 ball to come.
60, I thought the first 4.
That. So 191 for 4, 17 overs remain.
DLS score is obviously not relevant today, but nonetheless interesting, isn't it? Just as a bit of a barometer, that's got Shropshire at 214, so essentially suggesting they're a bit behind the ballpark, which is what you would expect, really, looking at those run rates currently just under 6 and over. Required is just over 8 and over.
What's turned out to be a fairly pleasant afternoon now. Dobson around the wicket. It was interesting. Throw the ball back to Alex Money, who shelled it, so it's going to waste a few more seconds. But no interesting saying to Ben Lees about when Cheshire were like 190. So yeah, I think despite Cheshire getting the scores that they did, I think it gave Shropshire the confidence to maybe chase them down. But saying it's a key match this for Shropshire. If Cheshire win this, they're more or less home and have won the group and qualified. Shropshire will need another result. Full delivery, it's well dealt with by Marshall. Yeah, so being the balance, they've got one game left, Shropshire, as will Cheshire after this. They go up to Cumbria. Oh, he's nearly chopped on Wiley. French cricket has a throw to stumps and he's hit and he's in. But I'm surprised the bowler wasn't there, to be fair. It was a good throw that took out the stumps, but Wiley was scampering a little bit there.
Yeah, all happening. Second time in relatively short order that he's just got an inside edge where he's been driving not even slightly onto his own stumps, but thankfully for Shropshire both times got away with it. It's so important now that he stays there for another half hour, 40 minutes or so minimum. I feel if he got out now, that really would. With the run rate continuing with the run rate continuing to grow up to 8.4 now. If he was to get out, you feel it really would be a bit of a tall order for Shropshire from there. While he's in, you still feel they've got every chance in this game.
Oh, again, playing and missing. He's taking a few risks now, Theo Wiley. And keeper standing up to the stumps as well. Another over goes by, just a 3 off that one. Saying Dobson's very economical. Going to continue with the spin of Daniel Wilson. There's a don't want to see that mid innings, do you? Someone just removing a undershirt.
No, particularly not on a day like today, which is particularly warm.
Maybe it shows it's warmed up a little bit. That's Wilson again, wringing his hand as he stops that one.
Yeah, he's not.
Those hands will be sore, won't they, after today's play?
Yeah, still, he's not happy with that. It's that left hand in particular, I think. Which is, of course, his bowling.
Oh, he's got him, and it is Wiley who's out. And well, we say when it goes wrong, it goes.
Yeah, I mean, can't be critical. It's fantastic innings, played a wonderful knock, but yeah, starting just to get away from the visitors a little bit. But credit to a fantastic innings, really got them off to a flyer. Did
yeah, York's it's gone nutmegged him as well, straight through the legs. Yeah, really good innings from Theo Wiley.
Terrific knock. They need another fine knock from somebody else further down the card, I think, if they're going to knock off these runs from here.
96 deliveries then for that 106. And out comes Ben Lees, who's with us.
It seems like 5 minutes and
well,
but they have lost a few wickets.
When Andre Bradford went, I went, you better go and get yourself changed, and he went, yeah, I had done, so it's good I sent him off when we did. We didn't have to want him rushing. It was Tom Fellow saying it was a bit of a half tracker, wasn't it, really? He just short ball and he missed out. Once he was dismissed, it just fell apart a little bit after that, didn't it? They just couldn't really, the run rate really dropped.
Well, that's the thing, it's the run rate has really fallen away, and of course then it forces you to take risks and play pressure shots and play more advanced shots to balls that you don't really want to do, and that's what brings more wickets, and you end up getting stuck in that bit of a vicious cycle. Unfortunately, that's probably where Shropshire are at the moment. They've got to keep playing the shots because that run rate now is rocketing up towards 9 and over. So it just gets harder and harder really from
3 deliveries.
You know how you like, so you know like sometimes when you play, you just like drop the ball and then whack it. I was doing that, so you know how you do it in the net, you drop the ball and then
Has the scoreboard gone funny?
No?
no good.
Well, John was probably called last man.
I think that's comparison.
I really did it, sorry.
You know, as in that's what Cheshire are on.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh, it's the DLS.
Sorry, chaps.
2 3
It's a
4 's the
DLS,
DLS.
yeah, it's a
Yeah,
DLS.
it's the DLS score. Yeah, that's what it is.
Hold on.
Stage Cheshire with 216 for 2. Grounds, most of the ground's bathed in sunshine now. Said it was coming, it's taking its time, but it's here.
That DLS score is quite ill. It's going to take something special from someone.
134 required off 90 deliveries now.
A couple of times that Dan Newton's come off the field. He's got a bit of a knock, but twice now he's.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. Ben Lee's there. He's not been on the field since. Playing a miss from Lee's.
Just pushed that one through a bit quicker, I think.
Where's the ball? Where's the ball?
200
No!
up there for Shropshire, but
Yeah,
slightly
barely.
forlorn, really.
Yeah,
which-
barely a flicker was there.
Yeah, it's quite telling. Funny how quickly it can change in this game when you've got an active thing and you've got scoreboard pressure and you've got a really big score. It can all change. Somebody for Shropshire to get them back into this game. Run rate now in excess of 9 and over required for Shropshire, having dropped below 6, nearly 5.5.
Well, they went at 10s in the first couple, so it's doable. But yeah, you need. Well, that'll help. Nice shot from Lees. Cross comes the sweeper. Sub fielder. So the sub fielder is out there in place of Dan Newton.
Yeah, it's the second time he's come off the field during the.
It's like Rodgers of Nest in it. Then out there at deep backward point, isn't there as well?
Yeah, it is. It is. Noted for huge attendances at this level, of course, but it's good to see people coming out on the bank holiday Monday and getting down here to watch.
I mean, it helps as a nice place to watch cricket. Lovely pavilion. You've got a bench right in front. You're not far from the bar, are you?
Style.
Crowd has swelled as the day's gone on. It's a nice sweep. Good tumbling stop by Alex Money.
Yeah, I asked the Cheshire coach about it. He said they like to mix it up and spread the games out across the grounds. I think you said this is one of 3 meetings, I think, between these counties this year. One at Didsbury to come at the end of the month, and then Nantwich for the championship game, I believe.
24th of May is the first game in the T20 group, yeah. And so they play Shropshire at Didsbury, and then they play them at home on 2nd of August in a 3-day championship. That's at Nantwich. So again,
local for you, isn't it? Didsbury, is that your
yeah,
nearest?
it's not nearest, but it's not too far, 20 minutes. But again, it's good for Shropshire fans to travel to for that 3-day game, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's not as strong as.
Of course, they finished the group stages a week on Sunday, Cumbria away, and then it's the quarter-finals. So they'll be at Chester Barton Hall for that one, if they finish top of the group. Money, disappointed with that one there, and another good effort.
He's got something on it.
He did.
And it was, to use your analogy from earlier, a bit like the goalkeeper diving into his top right corner, but tipped it over the bar but couldn't hold on to it. Would have been a spectacular catch had he done so. That's gone through everyone, and that will go for 4 surely on this outfield. Nobody's going to get that. 4 more for Shropshire. They need a few more of those. They're going to get back into this game. Just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah. Runs off the bat, was it? Yeah, it was. Must have got a thin tickle on that Conor Marshall. And just plunging forward to that one. Dribbled away onto the onside. So 7 runs coming off that over.
That's the problem for Shropshire though, isn't it? It feels like a good over, but it wasn't good enough in terms of getting...
So, coming onto the bat quick. All day, if you time it, you look.
Yes, oh my gosh.
Yeah, you feel they need to go big soon, don't you, Shropshire? 13 overs to go.
Well, I was just thinking, we're rapidly approaching the 40 over mark, and what score would you say we need to be at with 10 overs to go to give themselves a chance? I mean, normally you'd say 100 off the last 10 is doable if you've got a moment.
You need to be about 10 runs behind balls, don't you? At the minute they require 116 off 75, so you need to be around 85 off 75, don't you? So that you can have, one good blow puts you back on sort of par, really. I mean, they're getting like a boundary and over, but then they're not really getting anything else. They feel they need to take on Brooks, but Brooks has been very economical. 28 off his 6.5 overs so far.
Not expecting much in the way of betting any of those from Bentley's. Maybe it'll be the famous commentator's curse and he's lured us into a false sense of security, but
he does funny things when you're out there. All of a sudden he'll see it and he'll think, do you know what, I'm going to try this scoop shot.
I'm expecting orthodox cricket from Bentley, but we shall see.
Beautiful day here now, Steve.
Yeah, best part of the day.
Oh, it's hit him on the pad, that looks close, given.
Looked a good shout
sure
from
if
here,
it,
It was low, I mean, I can't see whether it was in line or not, but it didn't look to get up much.
Not too happy, I thought it might have been drifting down leg a little bit.
Didn't seem to get up much, that low. If it was in line, halfway down the knee roll really, and he was on the back foot as well.
Probably middle and leg.
So if that was in line, you hadn't got too much hope there really, Bentley's.
First LBW, I think, of the day, that as well.
Yeah, we haven't had, I think you're right, I think it probably was the first.
It's been a tough, it's been tough to get an LBW out with an umpire, so he must have been pretty convinced.
Yeah, we're not full.
The sensible option is to send him out now, because this is really the last hope. If they can get a quick 30 from him.
We're probably approaching that point now really, where Shropshire have almost gone for break. Apes now wondering, they may as well give it out there to be had, that's for sure. But yeah, incredible how quickly it can change.
Nice swept by Marshall. Fielder's running around there, and Isaac Brooks, who's just been bowling, doing the fielding down there.
Cheshire quite happy with that though now, aren't they? More than happy if Shropshire win in. Take the ones. Take that all day long. With no.
Stifled appeal there.
It's got a certain inevitability about it at the moment, hasn't it? Game just stuck in a little bit of a rut from Shropshire's point of view.
There's a big hit from Stanley. I said he can hit them, and he swept that nicely away.
It's more like it.
Yeah, as I say, he can give it a real bash. Can Joe Stanley down the order from Wolverhampton Cricket Club. He's a big guy. He can hit it a long way. I think he was the main reason he got a competitive total in the final last year is that he came in and got some really good late order runs. Five off it. Four there.
Really tough for Shropshire at the moment. Just can't find the volume of boundaries, and that's the problem now. One boundary here or there isn't enough. We had that one in the last over where he's pulled it across the square leg for four, but you need maybe 2 or 3 of those and over at the moment just to
quick
stay on
single
par,
taken.
really.
When he shies at stumps, nearly takes out Isaac Brooks.
Run rate is now up to 10 and over. 10 to go after thinking shot.
Leg by, I think he was singing it was down leg side as well. Full delivery. Nice shot off the back foot. Just for one though.
Back themselves to find the boundary. So that is the 40 over mark, so 10 overs to go. 226, we were saying before, you'd say 100 off the last 10 if you had wickets in hand. Say more than 100 off the last 10, so is it 104 to win, which again is quite illustrative of the challenge they face. To win, to do
But now without losing any more wickets, it's finding that right ball, isn't it? It's flipped away. Going to be a couple. Alex Money with the field, doing the fielding there, running round from fine leg. Again, his overs, runs per over, just in single figures. Stanley on strike, as I say, he's the one you feel that will give it a real bash if he can. Well, big reverse sweep, and he's got it over the fielder. It's just plugged a little bit though. It's Captain Sam Perry who's reeled it in, and he come back for two. Again, he's gone for the reverse.
There's a real
sweep.
game
Missed
plan
it.
here, isn't there, for Cheshire? They're bowling a kind of leg side line here to the left-hander, and they've got 1, 2, 3, 4 men, I think, out on the boundary on that side. Because of course they're happy to concede the singles. They're quite content if they want to push into the gaps.
Oh, again, he's gone for the reverse sweep. He saw him coming,
Well,
and he kind of suckered him in there, didn't he?
I think they're almost forcing him to do that because they're bowling this leg side line with so many bodies out there on the leg side. They're almost forcing him to try and play to the offside. Up to 11. Give or take. Current run rate now dipped below 6.
Yeah, you do so much. Just so bad, baby.
Certainly got the stranglehold on the game here, haven't they? Cheshire. Just about executing the game plan now, you feel?
Yeah.
You don't give anything stupid away.
Interesting to see who else could bowl, because obviously, in terms of quick bowlers, Dan Newton's off. So there's only really Will Valentine to come back. Alex Money can bowl a bit of spin, if need be. That's a hit back. Chance dropped, but would have been a spectacular catch if he'd have caught it. And he's probably still
fielders out there. They have for that as well. They've got a wicket right in between the two of those fielders out there, and pace and power on it. Always go.
forcing it back that time. Quicker as well, it nearly knocked Connor Marsh. Really putting the squeeze on though again. As I say, they need more than one boundary over, don't they?
That's the thing. It has a great strike to that last 4, but it doesn't do a lot for them unless they really need to be 2 or 3 boundaries and over now, given where they are. That's a good strike as well. That will go for 4. This is a bit better over for Shropshire. Although still probably only just about up with
9 off it.
Run rate, if that.
Yeah, 9 off it, and it's gone up to 11 the run rate. Although it might come down slightly below 11 from that over, but yeah, 8 remain.
I think from Shropshire's point of view, you've just got to try and give yourself a chance in that final over from this position, haven't you? If they could get within, even if they're just within 15 or so in that final over, with a couple of wickets in hand, you give yourself a sniff. All it takes is a couple of big hits in the final over and you can get over the line.
Well, I think
you've got to try and break it up. Just keep little targets for yourself.
I think it's 15 in the last over yesterday.
Yeah.
So, but obviously they had 2 established batsmen. Well, they had Andre Bradford out there, who's an established batsman, 8 out there at the minute. Marshall's gone on nicely. We had those couple of chances early on, but he's on 37 off 32. Again, if you look at this stage, it's 2,674 Cheshire. So this is where they slowed down a little bit in terms of run rate. It's missed by everyone. That's going to be buys, I think. Umpire signals, yeah, buys. So extras, that'll be a welcome buy for them. So there was 25 difference at this stage. So yeah, that's kind of. But again, this is where, as I mentioned before, where Shropshire bowled really tight towards the end of the innings and just put the squeeze on. So the opposite needs to happen now for Shropshire. That's a good shot as well, and that's going to be the fielder, and that's 4 more. So 8 off the first 3. Dan Newton is just doing some stretching. I wonder if they're going to try and get him back on to bowl those last few overs. I mean, I don't know if it's similar in first class cricket where you've been off the field for so long you can't bowl.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the rules are at this level, how tight they are on it. You'd have to think if there were some rules in there, he wouldn't be able to come back on and bowl, but the fact he's stretching would suggest that maybe that isn't the case.
Leg by. But there's 2 fielders out there that time, yeah. Oh, and they've almost messed it up. But they've managed to prevent the boundary. So a tighter over at the end there, and 7 off it after what looked like a promising over for Shropshire. 2 boundaries in the first 3 deliveries.
Yeah, I thought just for a minute that he'd managed to bisect the two fielders out.
He goes on to run. T20
Don't they, from somewhere?
in the air and it's safe. Just bounces in front of the fielder. Sam Perry, the captain. Didn't really have much conviction on that sweep shot.
Nearing his half century, Conor Marshall under quiet. Gone under the radar a bit given the circumstances of the game, but
That's a better shot, that's a bigger shot, but it's going to be caught, I think it is. And the subfielder takes the catch, and that is the end of Joe Stanley.
yeah, you can't have any complaints really. I mean, from Shropshire's point of view, they've got to go for it. It's so difficult with so many men on the boundary. Really got to be so precise. I think there were 3 out there on the boundary waiting for exactly that shot, but got to go for it. Couldn't get the height and distance on it.
But again, it didn't feel like there was much conviction in it. It was just, if he'd have got more power on it, it probably would have cleared the ropes, but it was always going to the fielder. And he departs for 13. Off 18 deliveries, just a 1-4 there, and comfortable catch taken by the subfielder. Lewis Evans is coming out to bat now. Number 8 batsman.
Oh, it's the nicest part of the day, boys. Finally, we've got blue sky. The
Clouds are
have
broken.
disappeared just in time for the end of the game.
Yeah.
That's typical. Typical.
Might have another
British
lap
weather.
after when it's
Yeah.
the sun's out.
Yeah.
Did say it would be sunny, just didn't say when.
6 overs to go after
Brooks
this
then
then.
into Evans. Let's have to mark straight away.
Just the one to come in this over.
Nicely swept there, but there's a fielder out there. And
Yeah, you have to say they've executed the game plan very well, Cheshire, really, in the last 10 days. The big shot over the boundary, given there's so few gaps to aim for over on that side now. And you have to say it's worked for. Just strangled the life out of Shropshire a bit, haven't they, in the last 10 overs or so, Cheshire? Run rate now up to 12 and over, 6 overs remaining.
yeah, Daniel Wilson's bowled his 10. 3 for 47, so Henry Dobson's coming back on, but he's swat 10s. To Conor Marshall. Flipped away and fielder out there. Chucking a couple of overs from somewhere else. Assuming Dan Newton's not going to bowl again. I've not seen him come back on. Can't see him in his bib either.
Just needs 4 for his half century now. Conor Marshall. That could be that.
That's it.
There we go, yeah. Well,
Yeah, there it is. I think that is his 50.
yeah, it's been a good knock.
He's got it off 41 deliveries. Theo Wilde was going for his 100. He needed Conor Marshall probably in slightly earlier. He was scratching around a little bit. There is Dan Newton still in his luminous bib, so it doesn't look like he's going to bowl. It's Dobson now, none for 28. We'll get a single. So still 66 required, 32. That run rate's creeped up.
Just not been able to maintain that run rate throughout, and obviously losing wickets doesn't help, of course. But credit to Cheshire as well. They've bowled to a plan, haven't they? They've really stuck to the plan. Field placings, the line and length has been good. You know, you can see they've strangled Shropshire a little bit. I think last 15 overs or so, Shropshire haven't been able to get the ball away and score the volume. Sure, if at least five overs go the way we anticipate, certainly all to do for the visitors. If they are to pull off, what you'd have to say now would be an extremely unlikely victory. 2-6, a single, just misjudged it. Looked straightforward enough, but seemed to lose it in the flight. Run there at 2-6-8. The 7 now, the Shropshire score. Evans remains on strike, 5 for him from 5 balls. And that goes all the way over for 4. Got a top edge on that, I think, because he threw his bat at that one. Over the keeper's head it went for 4. Behind the keeper. All happening here, Luke. Drop catch off the first ball. 4 off the second ball over the keeper's head, so you sense that Lewis Evans is throwing the bat at this now, as he has to. Run rate 12.5 and over nearly.
Oh, that's a good shot as well. Once he's picked the fielder out, he just a couple of inches to the left, and that would have been another boundary. Got through for a single though. Yeah, it's the same. Time's running out. They just got to throw the bat at it. I'm saying, if nothing else, just to improve the run rate. Go down with at least a decent run rate. See where it leaves them in the table after the match is finished. That's brilliantly played in the end. I think the miscommunication between the two fielders. Marshall.
From Marshall, who moves on to 55.
It was one of those sounded really good off the bat, didn't it?
Yeah, called it really nicely.
Just a bit of a confab now between vice captain, captain and bowler. This is the biggest over for a while. Right. To this total. Could be 4 more, is it? It is.
He didn't run there, Marshall. He basically put all his faith in that going to the boundary. As soon as he hit it, he never moved at all. They are going to have to just trade in boundaries now, you sense, if they've got any chance in this game. So I think it's just a stand and deliver approach from Marshall and Evans here. Boundary or nothing.
49 off 4.1. So yeah. There he goes again. This time there's a fielder out there. So good over that. 16.
To give them any hope, really. They'd love to get back within, I'd say, if they could get somehow within 15 or so, 15, 18 going into the final over, just to give them a sniff, and then he's suddenly at 6 off the first ball and suddenly the game's live again. But feels a long way off for them at the moment, but that's got to be the target now, I think, for Shropshire, hasn't it? Give yourself a chance in the final over. Get to the end of that 49th over and look at the board and think you may be 4 hits away from winning the game, and it's probably still unlikely, but you just give yourself a chance.
Yeah, Henry Dobson to continue. Four. It is. He didn't quite get hold of it, but he's hooked it over the wicket keeper's head and he's got the boundary.
Yeah, not pretty, but it doesn't matter how it looks now, does it, for Shropshire? Just got to find the boundary at every opportunity. It's through keeper over the keeper's head. Doesn't really matter.
44 on the game in this group after this over. Cumbria looked like they were pretty comfortable.
A change of pace there, I think, from Dobson. Just threw the shot before the ball had even got to him there, really. Really good bowling. Just slightly slower pace there meant he was through the shot before the ball really got to him. Yeah, good.
Nearly 1 for 8.
Plenty of value for being here today.
As it stands, Shropshire are third, 2 points behind Cumbria, so there's a no result for some reason, and then Cheshire can beat Cumbria the week after. So it's the thing with this result, it's out of their hands at the minute, heavily to Cumbria to be usurped, because Cumbria will go top if they win next week. So the top two are guaranteed to go through, and whoever finishes top will have a home team. It's going to be 4. Is it? No, good stop. Well stopped down there. Looked like a boundary all the way there, but really good diving stop. So Bedfordshire 139 for 4. Jamal Richards 39 that out. So plenty wants to get. 93 to get. Another Joe Stewart. Oh, that's a big hit. That's going to be 6. As people scattering for cover. Big lusty blow that. He's on to 71 of just 49 deliveries. First 6 of the innings, Cornell made 77 at the top of the order. They've just been losing wickets on a regular basis. And that's another big hit. It's just over Alex Money's head, and that's going to be 4 more. So 13 off the first 4. 6 and 4 from Marshall. 300 up for Shropshire. So another 30 required in 2 overs. I feel 2 more lusty blows could make it interesting.
Really hard to do much with that other than to get out for a single, which is what he did.
Devon 218 for 7 and look like they're going to fall short against Wiltshire, last year's winners. Ben Privet got 48, Sam Reed 51 that Dorset made. An interesting finish in store there at St Edward's School. smacked away.
Good start to the over for. Was a sniff in the final over. It's a good hit. A few
Very
more of
good
those. Oh, it's close to a
only-
6. It's gone
oh,
all
it
the
has
way.
gone for
Yeah,
6.
big hit. That makes it interesting. Another one of those in the over, and it will start to get a little bit worrying for the home team.
50 partnership. Marshall's contributed 38 of those.
Suddenly becomes a bit more doable.
Yeah.
If they could get into that final over with 3:15 on the board, 15 to win. Just got to keep the game alive. That's the goal for Shropshire now, isn't it? As they move into the final throws of this one.
Oh, that's up in the air, and there's a field of conversion. It doesn't. It bounces between the two of them in the end, and they had to turn down a second run. Crucially, it's got Marshall off strike. And he's going to get back on strike with that single.
Yeah, on the quiet, he's moved on to 81. And Marshall from 54 deliveries, so fantastic strike rate. 11 fours, 1 6 in there. It's almost snuck up on us, really, given the nature of the game. Just kept him in the hunt right up until the final couple of overs. But what are we? 1 ball to come, I think, in this over. You feel this has got to go for 6, don't you?
Yeah. I mean, the key period is between 25 overs after drinks and 35 overs.
Yeah,
That
very much so.
10 over
Yeah.
period, because if you look at how not tight it's getting now, but if they had it, Marshall's missed it, and yeah, you can see what that meant as he swung and missed that one. You just felt it could have got an extra 20 runs. Well, it would have been
Yeah,
2 off the last over. So
You
they
spot
just-
on as they needed to, really, to keep the scoreboard moving
They're
and
probably
keep the
just-
win rate where it needed to be.
They're probably just 6 runs short going into this last over, aren't they? 22 is a big ask. Valentine's none for 62 off his 8. But it is Marshall on strike. In fact, sorry, it's Evans on strike, and Evans has got off strike and got Marshall onto strike. Crucially for Shropshire.
A couple of 6s now would make it interesting, that's for sure. But that's what it needs. Shropshire, you feel here. Gonna have to get 3 6s from somewhere. And 5 balls remaining.
That's well struck. Very well struck. It's 4.
Strike,
Yeah.
isn't it? The problem is it's not quite enough in the circumstance. Oh, it's a terrific strike. Got down on one knee and swatted it through the covers there for 4. It was a terrific hit, but yeah,
Again,
unfortunately still not quite good enough.
Fielder was only another good shot, and it's beating the fielder again. It's running down the hill. The fielder's scampering after it. He's going to pull it in. Coming back for 3. That's high in the air. That could be 6, or it could be out. It's 4, and Money's done really well to prevent the boundary as well. Really good work from Alex Money there.
And they only took 2
That could have been the
didn't they?
that could have been the moment there.
Well, that was the critical one, of course, Luke, because they needed 3 there just to keep it live. 13 off 2, of course, barring extras.
What did he just hit then, mate?
2.
Did it
They just took the 2, yeah. And they needed 3 within the final 2 balls. This game live going into the final ball.
Yeah, what does Valentine bowl? Does he risk going wider so that he can't reach it? But most likely, unless there is a no ball bowled, in which case 2 big lusty blows will do it.
It's been a terrific game. I suppose a bit close. Last, there's obviously
In the end, for 11 runs for Cheshire, and it's 3 wins out of 3, which means it just fell apart a little bit.
Yeah, they just couldn't get the ball away during that period. From, as you say, from sort of 25 overs through to 35 overs, the rate just kept going up and up and up, and the wickets were starting to fall, which obviously contributes again.